welcome. I'm so glad you're here. We have got such a cool episode planned for today. We are going to talk about genderqueer folk characters. So, genderless, non-binary, trans, I'm forgetting one, gender fluid, there. It's going to be fantastic. We are going to talk about the highs, the lows, the pros, the cons, and also what to watch out for when you're trying not to write like everybody has about genderqueer characters for the last 100 years. Because you know what? Let me just bring in Tom. Team.
What?
How would you say, why would you say maybe you might not want to write about genderqueer characters in the way they've been written about, at least for the last 100 years? I mean, not like everybody wrote this way, but why would you maybe not want to?
Because often they were understood to be I don't know how a nicer way to say it. Psychologically unstable.
Yes. I haven't eaten yet today, y'all, and I haven't had any coffees. It's like the worst. Yeah.
But, previously they were written about as, oddities and mental, being different, just true outsiders and alien, instead of just people who have their own experiences as a way of approaching the world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's something we'll definitely get into in The World According to Garp. Of actually, oddly, not as much about the genderqueer characters as it's written by a man, and his writing of women has a lot to improve on. Even though you can tell he was doing his best, he was writing for the world he'd want to see. He just still did not understand these characters he was writing. So he's still writing them as other.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is the difficulty. And so that's what we want to talk about, of like how to avoid these, pit traps in writing. Because every person is their own person. They're unique, but they are not necessarily, broken or deranged or messed up. Other than kind of how people are disabled. Society has disabled them. It's not as much that they are disabled themselves by existing. It's that it's harder to exist when you are not exactly like most people.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what,
Yeah, I actually just saw a comment made by Jessica Kelgren Fozzard on one of her latest videos about, for the most part, disabled people, when you ask them what they would change about their own like experience, the things that they would change are the things that when they're in a room by themselves don't change. Like their ability to interact or ability to exist does not change. Like, or does change. No, it doesn't change. Can you tell I have not had coffee?
No coffee yet.
So, for instance, deaf people would not change their hearing situation. They would still remain deaf because in a room by themselves, all by themselves, their deafness has no influence on their experience. However, like me, somebody who experiences a lot of chronic fatigue, I would definitely change the chronic fatigue part. Because even in a room by myself, I'm exhausted. So, yeah, that is what I would change. But would I change other aspects of, my situation? No. It's the things that still exist when no one else is around versus the disabilities I have when other people are around, or I'm trying to navigate myself out in the world. Yeah. I would change the world, not me.
Hey, Eva.
Hello.
And that's sort of what we're getting at is often people trying to include someone that's not like them and that they have not actually talked with before assume this person would want to change themselves. And that's rarely the case. I mean, even in the case of a trans person, from their perspective, they are not changing themselves.
Right.
They are trying to become themselves. They are trying to become who they actually are to get rid of the discordance in their mind and experience.
And also, I think they're trying to change how the world views them.
Yeah.
Because there's been a grave misunderstanding. And it takes a lot of work. But like in a room by themselves, they would absolutely not want to change that about themselves. I mean, you can be genderqueer and also have various challenges and disabilities. But again, it's what would you change in a room by yourself changes the entire perspective.
And if you ever want to understand why people want to change how the world sees them, you know, here's an easy, simple case in point anyone can relate to and understand. I'm a big man. This means automatically the world assumes if something heavy needs to be lifted, I'm there to lift it. They will automatically go to me. Versus our friends who are smaller and women, they will not even ask. Even though, as she has discussed, I think on her own channel, Kat, totally there to move furniture, has no problem. Her body's always up for this. It doesn't strain. She enjoys it. But that is why you might want to present differently. Because even at my size and my physique, if the world saw me as a woman, it still would not immediately ask me to help move things. And constantly having to go, no, I can't move that, I can't help, creates problems in society.
Mm-hmm.
Because society makes assumptions about me based on that.
Yep.
Without asking for further follow-up, if they are making negative assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is why people may want to present differently in society. Is there's this discordance not only within them, but with how society interacts with them, and often negatively. Versus once you kind of have a shorthand, the social shorthand of my looks and my behaviors and what people should and shouldn't ask me about, without forethought, life is easier. That is why we talk about how easy it is being, a cis-het white man. Because there's certain, points of view that are automatically assigned to them that make their life easier than just about everyone else, including competence. Even though most people don't have competence, no matter their gender or their skin tone. But so that's what we're going to get into on today's show. Is we have found some movies we think most people will enjoy watching and get something from. If we don't think as much you'll enjoy watching, we will let you know. But most of these movies are really fun. We've been surprised how well actually they have aged. The older movies, they are still worth watching. They are still entertaining. But we'll go over like how having queer characters makes these stories work better. So, what is Eva talking about?
She's responding to what we've been talking about.
Oh, okay. I know, truly, we're getting out of the Hays Code.
That is, that's the part that concerns me. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My laptop is acting funny again, and I can't see you.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna be that kind of day.
I love Eva. Just truly, again, someone who knows himself. What is Eva ever talking about?
Oh, was there a boop, Tom?
Yes. Charlie's here. Give me just a moment.
All right, because I can't even see StreamYard. I'm
what
fine.
is going on with your laptop?
I will be okay. I will not murder any electronic today.
Sledgehammers are fun. Sledgehammers are fun.
You're not kidding, honey.
Our cats found a ping pong style ball of some sort, and I truly apologize for the sounds that you're going to hear because we have not been able to get it away from them.
That sounds fantastic.
Since you're here, Charlie,
I love that they're little balls of chaos.
Gloria and I have separately had the same thought, and we love sharing the obvious. So we both separately watched the BirdCage. And we both realized the same thing we had never realized before. You and Brian are a stereotype.
Yes. Yes, we are. We are very open about this because, yes, that's us. Like, we run the BirdCage. We have an Agador.
Yes.
We very much have an Agador. If you wear shoes, he falls down. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We are very much a stereotype, and we've just chosen to embrace it. I mean, that movie is one we watch way too much, but also one that's been so important for like my development, because I remember when it came out, like we literally all met up at the one gay bar in town. Like all the queers in the village all gathered up at the one gay bar and en masse assaulted this poor movie theater that had no idea what was about to befall it, because all they knew is they had a new Robin Williams movie. And then every drag queen in the county, every gay kid, every lesbian in the greatest of flannels, because it was the 90s, showed up en masse demanding to go into see the BirdCage. And I think they thought that there was an invasion, because I'm pretty sure they had no idea there were that many of us in the county.
Well, that is one of the other things we noticed about movies we enjoyed with a queer character, which is that queer characters are like potato chips. There's never just one.
Yes.
There will
well, at
always
least
be
in
more.
the good movies, the good books, the good media.
If there's just one, that's a
it's gonna be bad.
That's a real red flag.
It really is, because, and this is
and
true,
even
I think,
in
of
the
most...
world according to Garp, there's multiple queer characters. And that is like, we were like, truly, that was our dawning moment of hold up. Like, even we like overall, we did like, especially how women are treated in the world according to Garp, the female characters. But, recognizing all the different queer characters in there, I was like, truly, there needs to be more than one queer character for there to be any good queer characters in a story.
I agree for a couple different reasons. One, I think it's true for all minorities that one of the first things you do is find your allies and others who are like you. Like, it's the first thing you do. And when you go to a party, let's say, and you don't recognize any of your people there, you get a little chill.
Yeah.
That runs through your body of, am I the token? Am I the sacrifice? What is going on here? Like, there's this weird feeling when you don't recognize anyone of your type, shall we say.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that when I watch a lot of movies where they have the token gay character or the Gangel very often, or lately the one non-binary secretary. Don't know how that became a trope.
Yeah, why do they all do in office work? What is that about? But okay.
We're not that organized. I don't know
why. And I say that as somebody who, Charlie has been explaining to me I am non-binary, which not wrong. And I used to be a secretary, so it's like there may be something there. I just I was a wonderful secretary, if I do say so myself.
But when you see just the one, it's like, oh, this character's going to die, or they're going to just be the emotional support queer for generally the cishet female protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the same goes for a person of color. If there's
Yeah.
just one POC,
Yep.
oh, this is not good.
And that's one of the interesting things that we're starting to see in a lot of new shows, where they're branching out in a lot of ways that are really interesting. We've been watching Loot lately, and I really like the show. I watched it because MJ is in it, and so is Maya Rudolph, and I find both of them really good actors for what they do. But it's never brought up that the actor MJ is trans, so I don't know if the character is cis or trans, and I don't care. I found myself not caring. Like, I don't care if this is a stealth character or if this is a cis character. MJ does such a good job playing the role, and I think that is a place that we've gotten to because the representation in every other way is so good. The gay characters on the show are so good. And again, not just one. We get to see his friend group. We get to see how he interacts with other people. There's a cute office relationship that I'm so shipping with what I'm pretty sure is a bi or closeted gay man. But either way, I think closeted either way. But
yes,
I ship them so hard. But I'm willing to just roll with it in a way that I wouldn't be on a lot of other shows, because all of the other representation is so good. Like, I would normally be like screaming, is this character trans?
mm-hmm.
Just because I need some representation. It's kind of like that Anna Delvey show. What was it called?
Wait, what kind of show?
The show about Anna Delvey on Netflix. Yeah, creating Anna, making Anna, inventing Anna, something like that. And there's a glorious trans actor that is in the show, that it is never explained diegetically in the show if they are trans, if she is trans, or if she's playing a cis character. And I found myself thinking about it throughout the entire show, because there are no queer characters in this show. Because I'm not seeing that representation. It made me go, well, is she it? Is she the representation? What am I getting here? What is being told to me in this story? Because that very obvious lack of representation made me crave it so much that I'm just like, you need to out that character one way or another. Like, I need to know one way or another if I'm represented simply in the cast or in the story itself.
Yes.
Which is a very interesting experience that I've only been able to have recently, because usually it's like, oh, they're a mincing villain, I'm just going to pretend that they're gay because they're being queer coded. Like, which used to be the way that it was, where you just pretended, oh, I guess you're the queer Ursula, my sweet, sweet Ursula. I guess you're the glorious lesbian auntie. Okay, I'm here for it, even though there's nothing diegetically in the story to prove that.
Oh, I always thought Ursula was a drag queen. Anyway, from when I was 7, I was convinced she was a drag queen. Of this is what you do. You go to the drag queen for your help. Like, when you need some life-changing makeover, you go to a drag queen for that magic.
But the strange thing about the BirdCage, just to go back to that for a second, is how it is oddly stereotypical and not stereotypical. I know every character in that movie. And while it is very high concept in that it's very digestible for a heterosexual audience, in that they don't have to explain all of the nuances of what is going on here. I remember leaving that movie with my friends when we first saw it in the theater, way back in time. And we were all basically divvying up our parts. And it was really fun who we assigned. Well, I guess you're the Gene Hackman character after he realized he loved being in that dress. Because we all had a feeling that was an awakening for that character. Just the senator learned something about themselves because why won't anybody dance with me? I'm just as pretty as these other girls. Like,
Yes.
you know, I mean, he had an awakening.
Versus Glory had an awakening watching Roberta Muldoon in The World According to Garp of, you know, maybe truly.
How dare you, Tom?
What? I can't remember his name all of a sudden.
John Lithgow?
Yeah, John
Lithgow truly might have done better as a woman because such a better looking person as Roberta.
Roberta looks fantastic. Yeah.
Yes.
Like if you were a big tall woman.
Costumes. Mwah, she looked amazing. You could just copy all of Roberta's many costume changes and you would look amazing if you know you could just wear that, like whoever, especially if you're a tall person. Holy cow, but also what a great figure. Such an athletic man. So pretty. I love the hair. It's like, I'm seriously into Roberta.
I do think that movie is where I fell in love with John Lithgow as an actor for several reasons. One, the representation and knowing that was not a safe role for him to pick to be in.
Yes.
That really could have destroyed his career, and the fact that he was able to go on and make some family movies like Harry and the Hendersons and stuff, like that says a lot for him as an actor and as a person, that he was not vilified in the studio system for having played such a forcefully out queer character when that really was not an okay thing to do in Hollywood.
I mean, truly, there's nothing perverted about Roberta.
Nope.
In that
She's
story,
a wonderful, gracious character. If you know, who just really needs a matchmaker.
Yes.
She needs a Yenta to find her a man who's not into her for novelty's sake.
Mm-hmm.
And like one of the things that took us, we had to then go read about other professional reviewers talking about The World According to Garp for us to understand what's really going on, because
that ending.
John Irving is just an okay writer. But John Irving did do what we are encouraging everyone who watches this show to do, which is don't write the world you live in necessarily. Write the world you want to live in.
Yes.
And Garp broke so many stereotypes, so many societal norms to be a better world that we are now actually mostly living in. Of Garp is a happy stay-at-home dad.
Mm-hmm.
Roberta is just a regular character who is friends with Garp throughout the story.
Yeah. And in a lot of ways, it would be 11 years before we got another anything that really had that sense of just be yourself. It's okay. The world is, if the world doesn't accept you, just make your space in it. And that would be with Tales of the City, the PBS miniseries. Which has my second favorite, my absolute favorite trans character of all time, and my life goals. I want to be Miss Madrigal when I grow up.
But yeah, like when they're done well, it just seems normal. It doesn't, nothing stands out about it.
Mm-hmm.
They are another spice to add to the melange of a story.
Yeah, Roberta is just a wonderful character. We all want to be friends with her. That's it. You know, like, as well as maybe I would like to date her. Okay, like, that's personal. If only she were into me. But like, she doesn't stand out as something that, what was it? Do you remember the Sesame Street song? What? One of these things is not like the other.
One of these things does not belong.
Yeah, like she does not stand out in that way. She stands out in a don't we all want to know Roberta?
Because most gender non-conforming characters are basically zoo exhibits in
Yes.
other people's stories.
Yes,
And
that was one of the things so refreshing about this.
yeah, Roberta is not.
And we also see that all the women in the story treat Roberta as just another woman.
Mm-hmm.
There are no turfs here.
Not even the man haters question Roberta's space entitlement to be in that space with them in their women's only gatherings.
And she's a very queer character, which is the other thing that I love about her, is that her entire personality and worldview is so rooted in this, to hell with everything, I know who I am, that it doesn't have to be spoken. Like, you don't have to have that speech necessarily in your story. You can show it through who this character is. They don't question themselves, and because they don't question themselves, no one questions them. And that it's oddly refreshing for a movie that came out in 1982 to have a character like that, because this is not that long after or around the same time as The Boys in the Band came out, which is nothing but self-hating gay men sitting around questioning their existence in the universe.
They're so miserable in that. Versus, I mean, and some of them have even found love, and they're still miserable. Some people just want to be miserable, y'all.
Because
it really felt like Boys in the what was it? Heartstopper.
Oh, I love Heartstopper.
There's a scene in there where what's the main character?
Charlie?
It's Nick and Charlie.
Charlie. Charlie asks his gay teacher, how do you stop loving a straight man? I mean, a straight
boy. And he's like, that is the question for the ages.
I'm just like, is this a reference to Boys in the Band?
I felt like that. I immediately thought of Boys in the Band. When I saw that, of like, oh, honey.
I love how that was done with so much humor, and such a light touch. But it is such an important question for any. I know this was last week's topic, but in eroding this idea of toxic masculinity, where you're entitled to the relationships you want, and while that is not as prevalent in queer society because we have been educated by culture that we will never have the relationships that we want, and the Supreme Court's going to try to ensure that next year, but it's an important message to get out there.
Yeah, versus that tragedy we see in The World According to Garp with this graduate student that won't leave the wife alone. And it's like, we have to, they know about a relationship, we have to end this. And his response is to, truly more than double down. Of like, no, this is beyond not healthy. This is dangerous.
Which
this
is
kind of thinking.
Which is a really key aspect to what we were talking about when we talk about toxic masculinity, because it's important to remember for anybody who wasn't here last week or isn't aware, that term was actually coined by one of the first men's rights organizations, one of the first, like, let's get back to what it means to be a man. And they coined the term toxic masculinity because they saw how it was harming them. Like, this isn't a word that feminists came up with to attack men. This isn't something that the queer people came up with to attack masculinity. It's something that cisgendered straight men came up with to try to diagnose this problem that they saw amongst themselves. And this idea that you have to, this macho machismo thing where you have to be always in control, you have to always be dominating, and everything is seen in terms of struggle and war, struggle and violence, that you're not entitled to anything, you have to take it. And we see that get spread out into a lot of places. And it's really interesting that, especially in Garp, where the closest thing we see to that is how Garp is conceived.
When Which, I mean, I do appreciate that at least the publisher gives the proper reaction as well of, wait, oh, this is not right.
How about the
There's problems
headmaster
here.
of the school? Remember when his mom's explaining and he's like, wait, this man was unconscious? Ma'am, there's a word for
There's a word for that. And it's
Yeah.
not a pretty one.
No, it's not a nice one.
But I find it really interesting that of all the characters that we meet in there, because there are several characters that you feel like are heading in that direction. I mean, especially like her cheating husband, who really could have been made into an even more toxic character than he was, right? That's not how it went. That's
What's
not
the
the
cheating-
way
oh.
that they went with
Wait, we're
it.
talking about
We're
Garp
talking
here?
about Garp?
Yeah,
Garp, the cheating husband.
yeah.
Yeah. I'd say, like, the
Look, I've
biggest
seen a lot of
problem-
cheating husbands this past week, okay?
True.
And it's
many.
and last week too, it's starting to blend together, and I'm like, wait, which cheating husband? You have not narrowed this down. Hold up.
Like, oddly for us, the biggest problem we had with the world according to Garp was Garp.
Yeah.
We don't really care that much for this character. He refuses to change. He refuses to soften.
Also, I may have inadvertently married him at one point. I'm so glad I'm not married to him anymore. Oopsies.
And
But
just
I mean, you can tell Garp is a self-insert, and this is the downside problems of authors doing self-inserts is
They're blinded. They don't see the problems with this character and how they need to address it in the story. So they don't address it in the story, and it's glaringly obvious.
And it's a really interesting character for Robin Williams to have played because it is so far out of his type.
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Like, it really shows. It's one of those things that it's why he became so taken seriously, like with really don't like the movie, but Tom Hanks in Philadelphia, where he stepped so far out of type
Mm-hmm.
and showed that he could play this. But yet, because he is Robin Williams, he brings a warmth to this character that makes him watchable in a way that I don't know that he would have been played by any other actor. There's something compelling in the way that Robin Williams could play that kind of stuck in his ways. I don't know what to call him because he's not really a villain. He's not an antagonist. He doesn't fit
But
neatly.
He's
into
definitely
any-
missing empathy.
Yes.
When he gets so angry at the Ellen Jamesians, constantly, even though everybody is trying to go, but these are women in pain. They are suffering. And yes, they are misguided, but we need to first acknowledge their pain because that is what they are protesting.
And
He's
he's
like, I don't care. It's
character,
terrible. It's like,
and Garp, even in the story, is given a chance to empathize with
and
these
still does
women
not.
and still refuses to. Like, just absolutely refuses to empathize and continue his adversarial view. And,
In some ways, though, don't you think that's how a movie like that could be made in 1982?
yes.
Because those execs who greenlit it probably saw Garp as the hero
Mhm.
who stood his ground and did not change in the face of all of this utter chaos around him, right?
Garp-
Like, you can see how he's the selling point that gets this movie
Yeah.
made, that is like with like Planet of the Apes or something, telling a very different story than what the execs thought the story was.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's also what we noticed with several of these movies of half these stories are very good ciphers about the person watching, not the story
Mhm.
itself.
Yeah.
Of, like, we were rewatching Hedwig and the Angry Inch. And once you understand that this is everything about this story is trans,
Thank you, Charlie, for translating it for us earlier.
helps
this
a
year,
lot.
Last year.
it helps so much. I mean,
We
we
were
love this.
literally talking about how misguided we were for the last 20 years because we love this film and we love the soundtrack so much. It's every time it's like, Tom and I both agree. If someone else is watching Hedwig, it's call me for the origin of love and call me for the trailer scene when they start singing. The wig
Wig in
trailer.
a box.
Wig in a box, thank you. This is the two scenes that both of us always want to be called for. We love the rest of the film, but still. But we have like the insane theories we have come up with in the last 20 years
to explain these characters.
To explain Yitzhak in particular. And how wrong we were, and how Charlie corrected it, and all Dawn was like, "Oh, it all fits into place." Oh, and now last night we were just laughing at our former selves, how misguided we were, like we were truly babes in the woods, wandering around in the darkness. Like, but what is it? What is happening? Also,
and then I found a 2001 interview with the actress who plays Yitzhak. And they go over the slip of paper this actress still has in her purse and keeps with her for the description of this character. And it is the only place I've ever seen referenced Yitzhak's drag name.
Yeah.
And you understand Yitzhak a lot better when you find out Yitzhak's drag name.
Tom, are you going to keep everyone in suspense? Nobody likes that kind of tease. As my father used to say, Glory, no one likes the tease.
Well, actually, it's more of us having to remember all of it because the brain was... But it was Crystal Knot, the last Jewess of the Balkans.
Yep.
And it's like, wait, that's this character's drag name before they met Hedwig?
Mm-hmm. Talk about an angry Croatian Jew if there ever was one. Like, yeah, that checks out. That totally checks out.
What made Hedwig work is, one, best chance meeting of two people on an airplane ever. Because if you don't know the origin story of Hedwig and the Angry Inch, very quickly, John Cameron Mitchell and John Trask, who are the two people that wrote the original stage play, met on an airplane where they were basically stuck sitting next to each other for like 6 hours on a flight and couldn't go anywhere. And they started talking, and John Cameron Mitchell brought up this idea for this kind of musical that he had that he couldn't really figure out how to do. And Trask was like, "Oh, that sounds amazing. What if you did this?" And thus their collaboration was born. And then they had the brilliant idea of workshopping it, not the way you would normally workshop a musical by going and like having audiences come in and see what they think. They started going to Mistress Formica's dominatrix drag bar, like leather drag bar in New York, as a performing act. They did not tell people it was a musical that they were performing. They went in as Hedwig and the Angry Inch to perform at this drag bar that was filled with leather daddies and dominatrixes and all of the people that would really let them know what they thought. And that's how they workshopped the music and the story for this, was in the community with the people most affected by it. And when you listen, especially before Brian smoothed off the rough edges of the songs for the movie, when you listen to the original Broadway soundtrack, you can hear basically the chicken wire between them and the audience, because they were getting beer bottles thrown at their heads. Like they were like, that scene that's in the movie.
Yes,
they insisted on being in the movie as an homage to their time at Mistress Formica's. Because
when just the entire band jumps into the fight.
Yes, because that is a thing that happened.
Good times.
That is definitely a thing that happened. But when you're that embedded into the community, you are able to tell a story that isn't necessarily your story. John Cameron Mitchell isn't trans in that way. John Cameron, neither is Trask. But they were fascinated with this idea and with this storyline, and they were so with the community that all of this like subtle detail that gets filtered into it that feels like we wrote this, that it came from the community. And that's like the power of having like very militant will throw a beer bottle at your head sensitivity readers that they ended up
Can
having.
you imagine if your sensitivity readers come to your house and throw things at your front door to like lodge their complaints?
I mean, that's basically what they did. Like, they literally put their lives on the line to perform this music.
It's art.
But yeah, like that's some of the stuff we came across, and like we were surprised at some of the stuff we took away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Versus, so to say Priscilla and Tu Wong Fu are different countries' versions of the same story is absolutely wrong, because these are, to give you the difference of, Priscilla is definitely about a trans woman and her two gay drag queen friends going across Australia,
as performed by some of the greatest villain actors of the 90s
Yes.
and early 2000s.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
Oddly, the older I get, the more I like Guy Pearce in this role.
Right?
Yeah, when I was a kid, he used to annoy me so much in this role. Like, oh, he's such the little brother of this. And now I'm like, I kind of like the chaos.
Versus Tu Wong Fu is not a drag queen story. This is, I swear this was just it was a case of a script they couldn't sell to the studios the way it was, so they convinced them that this was a different story, namely about drag queens, versus this is a woman's story.
Yeah.
Tu Wong Fu is how you trick men into watching a story about women's lives.
Yes.
And the female experience in America. All these characters, the entire story, you could have all these three characters be women just going on a beauty pageant.
Yeah.
And the only thing you would have to change is a small bit of motivation for John Leguizamo's Chi-Chi, for why she decides not to date the small town guy she's interested in. You'd have to give that motivation a little twist to make it still work, but otherwise, these are three women. Throughout the whole movie, they sleep as women.
Yeah, they are, even in their night clothes, they're dressed as women. They're never not women. There's not really a gender fluidity about them. They're just women
who are strongly built,
very athletic, and a bit taller than your average lady.
And Noxeema Jackson is like,
oh yes,
I am always surprised I actually like Wesley Snipes as his character
of Noxeema Jackson.
And what is the body? Like that scene at the beginning when Wesley Snipes is pulling on the pantyhose is like, that is life goals right there.
But on the other hand, we do see Wesley Snipes.
No. The scene that I like the best was when Noxeema goes to that group of leering, nasty rednecks.
Yes.
And grabs his crutch to bring him over to apologize for being rude. It's like, yes. I'm a pumpkin. Yes. This is what I came here for. If Wesley Snipes is going to be in a dress, I want to see him use those arms. Yeah, it's fantastic. And he's like, oh, yes, ma'am. It's like, oh, yeah, that felt so good.
In a lot of ways, though, the difference for me between Priscilla and Tu Wong Fu is that the enculturation of each one, because and I don't think I can say any of the words that are used in the movie.
No,
or
it was a different time.
Cisgendered female character that they meet in the small town in Australia on YouTube. I don't think I can say.
I don't know that YouTube is okay with that word.
I don't think I can use any of the words that are used.
Great Filipino actress, though. I do love her.
Yeah.
But because of her and the guy that the trans character falls in love with,
you can say Butch. You can say Butch on YouTube.
There's a different, let's just say there's a different culture in Australia that has dealt with a lot of Thai culture around gender issues because of their proximity to Southeast Asia, that movie is grappling with, that is not present in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, so many minefields when trying to talk about Priscilla on a public platform.
Yeah, instead we see more with John Leguizamo and America's views about Central Americans.
Yes.
Like U.S. people's views about Central Americans. We see that play out.
And
but
so,
yeah, we really do not see those views about Australia and Southeast Asia.
So where Priscilla is much more grounded in reality. Like, it has some wonderful, fabulous moments of like riding on top of the bus while they're going down the road.
So like just rewatch that scene so much as a teenager. Like, it was like, yes, not only is it a mood, but also I definitely had a fantasy of being on a bus, sitting on a giant heeled shoe with billowy sails behind me across the middle of Australia. Right? Yes, I too entertained this fantasy. Like, what a feeling is that? Oh gosh.
But I don't think anyone here has watched Magical Girl or
No, I have not seen that.
It's vaguely familiar to me. Let me look.
There's a lot of Magical Girl.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, I was like, I have to go look.
But no.
But while you could do that story in Australia and have this very kind of grounded realism to it, I mean, the transphobic characters in that movie are terrifying. They are a real legitimate threat.
Yes.
To the lives of our protagonists in that film.
I actually found that the transphobic and just these male characters in both Priscilla and Tu Wong Fu were actually quite scary. Even though in the end they end up not being as much of a danger to our main characters.
In part, though, because they have a protector.
But still, I very much found them personally as an audience member intimidating. Yes. Very intimidating.
So in Tu Wong Fu, we have this taken very much into a fairy tale route. I mean, this is a fairy tale story. I mean,
it is.
They go into a small town and then wave their magic fingernails and transform this little room into like this glorious little
They
chateau.
Literally wave their fingers and like these things are magically up on the wall. Like, why would you take this with you to go to a pageant on the West Coast anyway?
John Leguizamo does the whole Bewitched thing.
Treatments with you. Why?
Like, John Leguizamo does the whole Bewitched thing. He wiggles his nose, and suddenly the room is like decked out in all the queer fabulousness. Like, it is very much a fairy tale. But to me, the thing that movie accomplished and what it was trying to do, whether intentionally or not, is it takes away the fear factor of queer men. They are so fabulous. It's leaning into this term of derision where gay men were called fairies and being like, okay, fine, here's our fairy tale, and makes them into these magical beings that come into this town like 3 fairy godmothers, which they are actually called at one point in the movie.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And they make everyone's life better. They heal the broken heart of the one woman who's still just suffering from the loss of her husband. They help Stockard Channing and like the part that she was born to play, because she plays it in almost everything.
Yeah.
The poor abused woman who they help free from her cycle of abuse, but through showing her that she's worthy to stand up for herself and giving that sense of self-worth. And that message of pride, which is baked into Tu Wong Fu, is so American Stonewall. It's we're queer, get used to it. It's having that pride to be yourself. And it's so baked into Tu Wong Fu that, as silly as that movie is, and it is profoundly silly. I mean, the whole P to the R to the N to the S. Can I say a princess is so much younger than queens? Like, like, I'm sorry. It is silly. It is goofy.
You're not wrong. You're not
so
wrong
much.
at all.
It is a comedy where Priscilla is a drama.
Yes.
Yes.
But that works so much better in the American context, especially for the time.
Although I did just remember that Gloria and I were talking, and I just realized I incorrectly described Priscilla, because it is a trans woman, a gay drag queen, and at this point, we think with modern nomenclature, a demi-bi character.
Yeah.
Of Agent Smith definitely shows more signs and is described as being demi. Like it takes a lot for them to have an emotional connection before they think about dating anyone. Which is where the confusion with, his friends came in. Of this, like they mentioned, he does not date anyone around them.
Yeah.
Which is the fascinating thing, and what makes you really right about this, because they're not confused as much about the fact that he once had a wife.
No.
They're like, wait,
you
dated anyone?
They're amused that he had a wife.
Yes.
But they're more confused by you were dating people?
Yeah, I think what they're mostly amused about the wife was that, wait, you were able to maintain a relationship long enough for her to say I do? Like, but this is you we're talking about, like
they're not upset. They don't act like they are betrayed.
Yeah, like, oh, how dare you have a wife? I thought you were gay. I mean, although Guy Pearce's character does say that at one point, but it's just more like, but a wife.
You haven't had a boyfriend.
And you still have the wife. What? How has she stayed?
And I do like how both Priscilla and the Birdcage lean into the very real trope of be careful if you think you may be gay and you have a relationship with a woman. There's a good chance you will have a child. This is a real in-community trope of, oh, you used to date women. Oh, how many kids do you have?
Yep.
What are your children's names? Like, it is the follow-up question.
Are you into men, but you like one time with a woman? So fertile. Like, what is that about? Yeah, it's a trope down here in South Mississippi as well.
I mean,
are they so fertile?
We knew a trans woman down here who, before they entirely realized who they were and what they really wanted to change about their life, had how many kids?
Which one? You're not narrowed this down. There's 3 different people I'm thinking of.
The one that was subby to that couple, went to Thailand a lot.
Oh, that.
How many kids did she have?
6?
Yeah, it was like something ridiculous.
And she worked in the Navy. She was retired Navy.
It's really simple.
Before she ever realized who she was, before she transitioned or anything, she had 6 children and had a full 20-year plus career in the Navy, and not like local Navy.
If you got her really drunk, she admitted to 2 more kids.
Yes.
So it's really simple.
During transitioning, and I'm like, oh, I thought the hormones. She's like, yeah, I thought so too. Y'all.
So you go hunting.
So she was a sub. She was subbing to me, and she's like, so we can't ever do that. Just I'm so paranoid. And I'm like, do not worry. I am not interested in you in that way. I just want to tie you up. Like.
So in the community, right? You go hunting with a shotgun. Shotgun's a shotgun. Everyone has a shotgun. You have slug, and you have buckshot. Buckshot's when they get in there and they go everywhere. They're like, they don't know what the hell's going on. But you're guaranteed to hit.
Right.
Slug,
but yeah, no, we're familiar with that. There's a reason for that. That stereotype.
It's like, oh dear God, what am I doing?
So fertile. But I mean, again, both of these movies, though, are again telling stories of the world the writer wants to live in.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Priscilla is more grounded, definitely has a far scarier rejection of the main characters by the society they're around.
Mm-hmm.
And you do worry about, are we about to go to a hospital and this character may not live?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they're both still actually improvements on the real society they are existing in at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, I love Tu Wong Fu at the end. Essentially, we find out, no, yeah, it's a small town in West Virginia, but they ain't that dumb. But
Like-
they seem like nice people, and this is a small town of nice people.
we joke around that our personal Tu Wong Fu moment was when we went to get our marriage license, because we were really afraid to walk into the courthouse to get our marriage license, because people around here have quite strident views, and we didn't know what the reaction would be. Remember, this is during the time where like people are refusing to give them out. People are like, it's a really,
Yeah.
and we walked in, and like, okay, we would like a marriage license, like, she stopped and was like, for your we've got one. Panic. Like, there's panic, because what does that mean? We got one. What are you going to do with the one that you got?
Yeah, well, you caught it now. What are you going to do with the one you caught?
Are you going to take it out of the waters, or are you going to return it to the water?
Yes,
And
exactly.
They were so excited that they were handing out the first marriage license, same-sex marriage license in the county, that like everybody came around to collectively push the paper across so they could all have their
Aw.
part
So they
in.
could be part of the story.
Yes. Yeah, they were all there, part
That
of the
is
first
so
one.
sweet.
And we consider that art, because that is like our moment where the town was like really surprised us in the end.
You getting me all verklempt. I'm getting all teary. I need a tissue.
Eva loves that. That's awesome.
Yes, it is awesome.
And I love Cheery. Finally, someone came to get our offer.
Because we didn't. Nobody.
Yeah, you
We're
just
out
don't know
here.
what you're getting into. I mean, it's legitimate concern.
Like, we finally had our first Pride in town, and there were no protesters at it. So, like, things are changing.
Yeah.
Hopefully for the better.
All right. Well, with that, how about we start a little bio break, a little breaky break. And when we come back, what will we discuss, y'all? We have so many things to discuss.
We have so many things. That's, you know what? Let's talk. Let's tackle the unofficial, pink elephant in the room.
Go on. What you got?
Hank Azaria.
Okay. That is fair. That is fair. We will get the pink elephant discussed and then send it outside to the backyard. Okay. All right, y'all. This is a wonderful time to make sure you've got something to drink. I finished my coffee, so I'm already feeling better. I also finished my oatmeal, so I'm fueled up. And maybe it's snack time for you. Okay, so there's a thought is how about, get something to drink, get a snack, or just check in with your body. And we'll see y'all back here in approximately 10 minutes where we will discuss the pink elephant in the room, Hank Azaria. One day the browser will respond to me, y'all. I'm so sorry we're having technical difficulties.
All right, real quick. I'll bring one up.
Is it an awkward sibling hour without technical difficulties?
There.
No, it is not. Did you mute me? I can't mute me. Beep, 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 beep. Welcome back.
Hello again.
Hope everybody had a lovely, relaxing, introvert regenerating sprint.
Well, I mean, Megan was finally able to actually
Tom,
write
you
down.
are still muted even though you do not appear to be muted. Oh wait, that's me. I had to mute this thing because of the music. Like, I cannot cope. So
What it's saying is Megan was finally able to write up some recipes over the break since we were too distracting for her to do anything else but listen.
oh no, so sad.
And Jules said she was going to start cooking.
Very nice. What you cooking, babe?
And CB is just enjoying some warm comfort that is Bruce Willis versus
Alan Rickman.
Yeah.
It's me.
I mean, I get that feeling.
Have yourself a very Merry Christmas.
I have to now find Cliffhanger because Gloria's like, what is this role that defined
John Lithgow.
for so many people?
Maggie is back and had to take a cold shower, now guzzling iced coffee and cruising Twitter. Buzz, buzz, buzz. So,
So I thought it'd be interesting to talk about Hank Azaria's character, Agador, from the BirdCage, in part because I realize now that Agador is also a kind of cipher. When I was younger and I did not know as much, I did not recognize all the little, what we might actually kind of call dog whistles, like these little notes they give about Agador's character throughout the BirdCage. That explains a lot about this character that if you're not in the know,
the fact that, you know, maybe not having a white guy play a person of color.
yeah.
But
Although,
that's Hollywood.
Only been white for a few decades.
Since the 60s.
Yeah. You know the execs who okayed the BirdCage didn't realize that.
That Hank Azaria was white.
Yeah, it was now considered white.
Yeah. Anyway. Well, yeah, in the 90s, he'd only been white for like, what, 30, 40 years.
But like,
Whiteness is a really weird social construct, and I don't like it. Can we get rid of it?
It is really dumb.
It is, yeah. I wouldn't mind it going either. Really. But like one of the things, like the things we hear to better understand this character is like the way he dresses, Agador dresses, is more about his upbringing than some stereotype about, you know, how a gay man acts. We hear he is from Central America, and in passing, he even references, you know, his parentage. You know, what was it? His father was a shaman or a medicine man.
The father was the chieftain. The chieftain of his tribe. Yeah, the shaman of his tribe, and his mother was a princess.
A priestess. I thought he said priestess.
Yeah, priestess.
And
which, you know, what we know about many indigenous groups, shamans they do not choose to be shaman. The gods choose them. And one of the ways is, well, how would you say the dressing as other genders?
Yes.
That is a very common part of shamanism.
Up until the early Middle Ages, it's very difficult to find cultures that did not see men who dressed as women as somehow related to the divine. Mm-hmm. This is prominent in Roman society, in Greek society, and you can just find examples all around. I mean, the Famina are still a thing in southern Italy to this day.
Mm-hmm.
that still exist.
And so here we have Agador, who is the child of definitely two, what we, to some degree, which we would still consider queer people, who is now in South Beach working for his favorite director to try to get the director to put him in one of his, performance shows.
And
that's why he's here.
Can I say I just love his Lucille Ball to Robin Williams, Desi? Like, they so play that up at a couple places, but the whole "why won't you put me in the show?" It is such a. It was a camp reference when it was made, and it is a glorious one, and I love it.
Yes.
Essentially, we see that Agador is just a performer.
Well, he's not just, but
Well, I mean, but a lot of these characteristics are not actually referencing his sexuality so much as his want to perform. He comes from a family of performers because I don't know of any religion.
What is religion without performance?
Exactly.
And he's just continuing. He's even asked of like, why are you in this country? Why did your parents come to this country then? To give me a career. And so I thought this character would have aged very poorly, from what I remembered of him way back when I saw the BirdCage. But now seeing it's like, no, actually the character's all right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of the reason the BirdCage has managed to age so well is if you know most of the actors in this movie, if you were aware of them at the time when this movie came out, you would also know that most of these actors were known allies.
Mm-hmm.
Susan Baranski,
Robin
Kristen Baranski.
Robin Williams, Nathan Lane. I mean, Nathan Lane is not actually an ally now. Nathan Lane is just.
Nathan Lane is so gay. If he wants to be an ally, he's an ally too. I mean, we'll give it to him.
He can do a full circle.
Yeah.
All around
at the time, though, I think he was pretty deeply closeted, at least in a public sense.
He was just starting to come out around the BirdCage.
Yeah.
I think it was after the BirdCage that people kept asking these persistent questions, but
is that
as well as what was her name, the one that plays Barbara's mother, Diane something.
Yeah, I can't.
Totally. Googling.
Diane Wiest.
Yes, Diane Wiest. I was like, I can't words. How do they work?
And that kind of shows like this large a group of main cast people would only have signed up if they felt comfortable in this and their friends were comfortable with them playing these roles.
And the thing that makes the movie still stand up is that it's not mean jokes, it's not mean humor. Mm-hmm. No one in the BirdCage is stupid. They do dumb things, but they're not stupid. Like Agador, who probably takes most of the brunt for being the dumb comic relief character in the movie, is shown very early on to be very savvy with the Pirin tablets and like, oh no, I know how to manage her. It's just aspirin with the A and the S scraped off.
Yes.
He shows that he's not a dum-dum.
Mm-hmm.
Very early on, and you get to see that there is something more to his character than what we're getting to see through the story, through the rest of the story. Yeah. And that helps to round them off in a way that it doesn't take long scenes of character development, because you learn so much about his character right then and there. He's trying to take care of his friends. He's trying to make sure that the show goes on, because the show must go on. And he's not as dumb as he appears to be. He's frustrated. He very much is an Inspector Clouseau character that's stuck in the middle of all of this other madness that's going on. like he does not wear shoes because they make him fall down. And this is set up very early on. And when you think about it, oh yeah, I've never seen him wear shoes. The entire movie,
Yeah.
we've not seen him wear shoes. And then they put him on him, and there he is, just straight up, just clumsy in that wonderful kind of Inspector Clouseau, Pink Panther kind of way that we've already been trained to see Inspector Clouseau as a sympathetic character and somebody that is aware of his foibles, just as Agador is aware of his foibles. So it's not veering into this kind of cruel or mean comedy with him.
And like we also see that Agador can have a very Americanized accent if he chooses to.
Yes.
But he is a performer, and this is what he is comfortable. This is what he enjoys doing. He enjoys clowning.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think he's
And like even like the terrible cooking, he can't cook. He knows he can't cook, but
obviously the father thinks I can cook.
yes, so yeah, he makes this terrible food because he's never really cooked before. This is not his skill set. So yeah, we do set up all the comedy. They do very savvy and talented in the things that are in his wheelhouse, and the things that are not are chaos.
And I know I say this about a lot of the characters that we talk about, but it's because we talk about more exceptional characters than the run-of-the-mill ones. His type of character is usually just the dumb ditzy comic relief, and we don't get to see anything more to him. Like, we get to see that he has goals and ambitions and desires. And that moment at the end where he gets to sing, and when he starts singing and we could dance all night, and you're just like, why isn't he in the show? Like, I've seen your other performers. Why isn't he in the show? You know, just...
Yes, why, Armand? Why is he not in the show?
Like, it really... But it feels like a character that I understand why these people are together. I understand why they are putting up with each other. Because I've gotten into a lot of discussions, shall we say, very vigorous discussions with people over whether or not Armand is abusive to either Agador or to any of the other characters.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the character that it's a very common trope. It's a character that we know who had lived so long closeted that they're defensive about everything. Everything is a concern and a possible threat.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not, it's not that there's no malice in what he is saying and doing. It is all defensive fear. And again, this is the We Love Robin Williams show, at least for me, apparently. But,
Yeah.
you know, Robin Williams plays that off so well.
He shows up in 3 of the movies on the list down below. He shows up in not 1, not 2, but 3. He is in To Wong Fu. He's in the Birdcage. And he's also in, you know, and he's the star of The World According to Garp. We didn't set it up that way, but here we are.
But the chemistry that he has with Hank Azaria, with Agador, it was so smart of them to lean in to the Lucy Desi thing, but it's such a 90s subversion to have Armand be Desi. Mm-hmm. This is such a, like, you could see how everyone in the writer's room was like, we are the most clever people in the world. We're going to make the Hispanic person Lucille Ball, and the not Hispanic person Desi Arnaz. We are the smartest people who have ever done the comedy. Yes. It has that very 90s, like, I know how to do subversion.
We're gonna have the Jewish man be Desi. Truly, yes. Go on.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it works. But we also see that they make sure to have several scenes showing Armand is not abusive to be abusive. Armand is afraid, but Armand also does things to sort of CYA, to, you know, compensate and try to help, you know, including even where, you know, the scene we all cry at when Armand brings out the palimony agreement and that the club is already in Albert's name.
Yes. The
And
club,
Albert is
the house,
very confused.
everything they own is already in Albert's name.
That it would be better if, in case something happened to one of us, that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yes, the feels.
says
So
everything.
many feels.
All of the feels.
That Armand was not lying about any of this. Armand is not someone capable really of that much subterfuge. If anything, that is Armand's problem. He has to be himself, and this has already gotten him in trouble.
Yep.
And his relationship with Agador is very mirrored in the relationship he has with his own son, which I think really, like, when you see how he is around his son, it informs this kind of paternal relationship he has with Agador.
Yeah.
That he really, Agador is an adopted child in the very queer sense of all of that. This is a found family, like all good queer stories are, and Agador is a brother. He is a member of this family, and it's not like he gives orders to his son in the same way he does to Agador. And that shows the relationship that's there, that he is a member of the family and not a servant, which is why you laugh when Agador says, "I'm not your servant," because inside, he's not treating you like his servant. He said the same thing to his husband and to his son moments earlier.
Right.
This is just how Armand is.
Yeah, Armand is not differentiating between Agador and, his actual family, his son and Albert. He's not differentiating at all. Like, these are just the people that he lives with. These are the people in his life.
And this is how he shows that he cares. Which, definitely ain't perfect, has problems.
Which you can see when he doesn't. Like the one dancer with the gum.
Oh,
who
God.
is just an employee.
The gum!
But you can see it, but it shows the very big difference between how he treats an employee and how he treats Agador. Agador is a member of the family. That dancer definitely needs more gum. But
that's all that's going on in that brain, is chewing the gum.
Yes. But they did a wonderful job showing the character dynamics and not telling them to us in the BirdCage. And it's one of the things that makes it work. Whereas in La Caja Falls, I find the relationship a bit more strained between the characters, because it is from an earlier time period where they had to be a bit more closeted and there was a lot more stress on them. So for a lot of people who really love La Caja Falls, and I understand that love for it, it's not quite as bad as The Boys in the Band.
No, it's not as bad.
But there's a lot of this stress and strain that society has put on these characters that is showing its wear and tear in them. Yeah. That because the story is set in South Beach, because it's set in a different time period, it comes about later, they are able to be more free in who they are. And there's not, there's they don't even have concerns over having a conservative senator in the House, as far as like, this could harm us, this could hurt us, this could be a danger or a threat. It's more, I don't want to pretend to be somebody else. I know you want to be in love, but really, is this the family that you want to be a part of? Those are the concerns there. Where in La Caja Falls, I get much more of a sense of it being a potential risk.
Yeah. Yeah, they are not protected like they are in South Beach. South Beach, they are an entire enclave.
Yeah, they have a little community that and they talk about it in the film. In the BirdCage, they talk about how Armand's like, I have worked really hard to surround you with this safe community, and here you are going, oh, can't you pretend not to be? Like, excuse me, what? What did we work so hard for?
And that's one of the things that makes, when we talk about how these movies are showing the world that we want, the conservative senator is the interloper in this world, not the queer characters. Whereas in La Caja Falls, in a way, I feel like the queer characters are the interloper in the heterosexual world.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they're still being portrayed as the interlopers.
But I mean, also, La Caja Falls is like from the 70s.
Yes.
It was, no matter what country you were in at the time, it was still a very different time than 20 years later when the BirdCage is made. And there are it's made in a different country. It is definitely a Stonewall country, the U.S., and specifically South Beach, super gay. So it's not just gay.
It's super gay.
Super gay, like super gay.
And I did want to bring up
for light a fire with a backhanded compliment and 2 sticks.
And I did want to bring up for our younger watchers.
Yes.
Since again, these are older movies.
Yeah, we wanted to like also address for Gen Zs to some degree. Best we could.
Like this is before you were born, so there's definitely some lines and stuff you won't get that I did want to bring up, including like, so there is a running gag in the BirdCage about Armand being a cultural attaché to Greece.
Yes.
And
that was Tom specifically brought this up this week. He's like, we've got to be sure to mention this because younger people will not know. Yeah. And when I say younger people, like 25-year-olds will not know about this reference about he's like that in the Grecian way. People used to say that when I was a kid.
Yep.
He's like that in the Grecian way, what he dresses in sheets and poses a lot, which is literally a quote from little 8-year-old Glory. Is that what? And then I started wearing sheets and posing a lot. And my parents were like, what is happening? What is this? And I'm like, it's comfortable. The Greeks did it. I'm very comfortable in these sheets. Literally, I'm walking around in flowered sheets all the time, y'all.
But that's why the daughter does this in, when she has to quickly on the fly come up with a explanation for what does, her fiance's father do. She knows he is, and he's a nightclub drag act,
director
and owner. And like, how do I translate this? And it's like, Greek. He's, he's gay and he puts on a lot of performances.
And it's the perfect lie for her to tell because she can weasel out of it.
Yeah.
She's like, oh no, I was using a euphemism. You didn't get that?
Right? Because she doesn't want to get caught actually lying to her parents. But she still, she doesn't want to lie, but she doesn't want them to quite call her on this yet and just stonewall her of no, absolutely not. We're your parents and we say no. She doesn't want that. So she's got to figure out a way to get this to happen because she's so sure she can just get all the family to meet the charm. As her fiance has discussed his family so in depth that the charm of them will win her very conservative, stodgy parents over. Somehow. Or at least her fiance has convinced her of this. And she's going to go along with it because they're young and heterosexual. And they're so sure it'll all work.
They're so young.
They're so young. Oh my God.
They're in an elite Ivy League school. The world is literally being handed to them on a silver platter.
19 and 20. Why do you need to get married now?
You just so young. Like, what are you trying to have 10 babies in 10 years? What is happening?
Also, like, am I just kind of blind? Like, I really should have looked it up, but what is the son's name? Val?
Yes, Val.
Of, how old is that actor? Because he looks way older than 20.
Let me look it up. Val Goldman is the character. What did you say, Charlie?
I said I think Callista Flockhart was like 19 when she did that movie.
All right, let's see. So Daniel Futterman was born in 1967. So he was 30.
He was almost 30 when it was.
He was almost 30 when it was filmed.
Okay, that's what I thought because like he does not look 20.
Yeah, I thought he was so hot when I was a kid. And then Callista Flockhart was born in 1964. She's 3 years older than him.
Oh, really? I thought
she was like 32.
I thought she was younger than that. She really, I bet she lied about her age at that time.
Oh, she could have. She could easily have lied about her age back then.
Because I remember her talking about how she was so like
just shave a decade off.
The age of the character. Because when she was doing Ally McBeal and they were doing an interview about the BirdCage, they asked her about the BirdCage. And she was like, I just so identified with this character because we were the same age. And I'm just like, that's where I got that from.
Yeah, like in what planet, honey? She was 32 when that movie came out.
Try to be
She
19.
was like old enough to be the mother of her character.
And yet she looked so young.
She did. I genuinely believe she was like 19 years old when I was a teenager watching the film.
But also to show like how much is the senator the interloper character in the story. You know, and the in the straight world was the interloper. You know, the butt of the jokes we actually do see is his partner in their little group, the moral superiority.
Moral coalition, isn't it?
Yeah.
Moral coalition or whatever. You know, and the president dies in bed with an underage girl of color.
African-American who
with,
was,
you know, the last words being,
we're racist.
The money is on the
dresser.
The dresser. You're taking care of, the money's on the dresser.
Like, and then
because that's who we make fun of, like throughout that movie, is, you know, essentially this person who was absolutely, you know, bigoted and
also a hypocrite. It's one thing to have your kinks.
And it's also fun that like one of the first lines of dialogue we hear from him is when he's doing the correction on the book, and he's like, on page 27, that should be porno, not pronto. And he's just so matter of fact about it. Like, he's not. One must question his the firmness with which he has these beliefs and how much they are politically expedient to him, because the way the language just he's never concerned about whether or not his partner did something morally wrong. He's worried about how it will hurt them in the polls.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How will this play to their voters? That's all that he's concerned about. And his wife points this out to him throughout the movie, that all he cares about is power and being in charge. And I think it speaks to a certain type of political actor that we saw a lot back then and also today, that understands that it's easy to divide people. Because he doesn't seem like, when he finds out that he's been hoodwinked and that he's in a gay household, his first thought is about the polls. It's not an act of revulsion of, oh my goodness, morally, what have I done? He is completely amoral on this issue. He does not seem to care morally about it at all.
Yeah.
And that so speaks to the Jerry Falwells and the Newt Gingriches and all of the real life villains that we were facing when that movie was made. And is unfortunately still very appropriate to a lot of the people that we are still dealing with now.
Yep.
Although that's sort of, but in a tertiary sort of way, does bring up something else I wanted to mention about the BirdCage that I thought it was an excellent example of for writers to take note of. And I first noticed this watching the movie Odd Thomas with Anton Yelchin. And that is, you cannot have your main protagonist character or characters be utter chaos. They have to have some ground to stand on where they can feel safety and comfort. Because utter and complete chaos, the character can't have it, that never has a moment to think. There's no, if there's no security, the character is just reactionary. There's, it ends up being a hard character to empathize with. So you need to always give them something that they feel comfortable with and safe in. And I thought the BirdCage did this very well in the relationships, especially the coupling relationships. So Robin Williams and Nathan Lane's relationship is solid throughout. Yes, Nathan Lane, as Albert, is always worried that the relationship is having problems, and the problem is simply that No, unlike every other relationship you hear about in the of the couple in their 40s or 50s. What's Robin's character? All of a sudden, I can't remember. Armand is not looking at anyone else.
Right.
Armand is not worried about.
He's not looking for an upgrade to someone younger and prettier.
And he is not needing or saying or wanting Albert to look different, to look like Albert looked, 20 years ago or anything. He's just happy with Albert. And that is what Albert's existential crisis is about. Is Albert?
Yes, it's why aren't you criticizing me or wanting me to change? This is what I'm used to in relationships.
And this is what society says happens.
Yeah,
in all
that at a certain point you're going to want me to either be younger and prettier or skinnier, or you will leave me, or at least go outside of our relationship for that. And why are you not? You're hiding it. You're hiding it. I'm so sure you're hiding it. It's like, no, he's
and
not.
Like, why is he switching to white wine? Because there's tannins, and he wants to live longer with Albert. So he is changing his diet to try to be a bit healthier.
That's a lie, right? It's like because the son actually is the one who likes white wine.
That is his go-to defense is I want to be healthier.
Yeah.
Because his only concern is to live longer, a happy life with Albert.
Yes.
And the same thing we see with the senator and the senator's wife. Their relationship is secure. They don't worry that much about their relationship.
And they're honest with each other. We do see that. Like, they can be very frank with each other without there being, like, this kind of passive-aggressive, resentful animosity where they don't communicate, which that's the kind of stuff that kills relationships. Rather than when they're just like, oh, stop it. I hate it when you talk to me this way. How dare you? You like her more. Like, saying that means they're actually communicating versus they just stew.
Yeah. Maggie brings up sex lies and videotape.
Where every toxie-trope in a 30-something's angst flick. Yeah.
Yep.
The BirdCage is the opposite. But also we see it as well with Val and Callista Flockhart they are secure. Val and Barbara they are secure in their relationship. They're
very secure with each other.
Unlike a lot of movies, this is not where the drama comes from. This is not where the friction in the story comes from. All three of the main relationships are solid.
And it's one of... Oh, sorry, continue.
No, go on, Charlie. Oh,
yeah,
no, sorry.
On. Well...
Tom's been monologuing for a bit, so...
Yeah, it's like... Oh,
Charlie, have a turn.
And it's one of those things that really, to me, brings out the queerness in these characters, because as much as cis heterosexual relationships do have this toxic veneer on them of, at some point, the man is going to want to trade for a younger model, the youth obsession in queer culture makes straight people look like they don't care about age.
Yeah.
I mean, you get 25, 30, and, oh, you're over the hill. Like, you're ancient. You're ancient of days.
And that YouTube video when a gay man turns 30?
I remember the first time a young
How about the funeral? The funeral for his 30th birthday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And it really, it really can be like that. But also, I feel like Albert's obsession with this comes out of something that they built into the character, whether they knew it or didn't, that Albert is genderqueer or non-binary. I do not believe that Albert is a trans character that doesn't realize it. That is language that Albert would have had access to at that time. But Albert is not just an effeminate queer man.
No,
and
he's, I would say, genderqueer, gender fluid, possibly, because he definitely feels comfortable moving between, but he also is fine with he/him pronouns.
And where the movie gets really interesting is, for me, watching it, is I see him projecting his body dysphoria onto everyone else around him.
Yes.
Well, I see that this is wrong. Like, how dare this beard just be here? It's not going to be able to go away. Oh my goodness, I'm not this lithe, thin, beautiful thing that I should have been. the way it is portrayed, and this may just be something that Nathan Lane brought to the role in the way, drawing on people that he knew from his life that were like this, and not so much in the text of the story. But I really do feel these moments of dysphoria. That scene at the very beginning where he doesn't want to go on stage because, oh, I'm ugly, everything's bad, you're cheating on me. Like, all of that is projection trying to deal with this dysphoria.
I think that's also in La Cage aux Folles too.
It is a bit, yeah.
So I think that's just the character has this built-in sort of dysphoria and anxiety about that.
Because that language really didn't exist, and it's one of the reasons I've always been very drawn to Albert as a character.
I just loved how he was such a sweet auntie.
Yes.
Like going around in his little outfit with his little cart around to all the shops, trying little nibbles. Like, all he was missing was a small dog. Like, he's so cute. His little glasses, just so hello. And it's like, yes, you are a coastal grandma. Like,
because Agador is an effeminate gay man.
Mm-hmm.
Albert is not.
No,
Albert is definitely genderqueer or non-binary. If only Albert could have had that language. Mm-hmm. I'm really curious how the character would have self-identified, because we didn't have those terms. You were either just effeminate or not. I mean, that's...
Yeah. But it's the same thing as we see in Tu Wong Fu.
Yeah.
These characters are not simply men who are gay living as, who like to wear women's clothing. This is part of their self-description.
Or who just do it as performance.
Right. Because they're doing it for free in a car.
Yeah.
On a road trip, which travel is exhausting. Why wear a wig and full regalia while you're doing it? Oh, for
anybody who does not know, drag makeup takes like an hour and a half to 2 hours at minimum to put on.
The color correcting, which we see at the very beginning of Tu Wong Fu, when Patrick Swayze, Vita, and Wesley Snipes, Noxima are getting ready, and we see them actually really doing the makeup. And I'm like, oh, God, it's so exhausting. Because, there's a reason I don't wear drag makeup that much before a show lately, is because for the last year I felt like crap because I was having intestinal problems, and I just did not have the time to do all this color correcting and everything.
And it's one of those things that at least, like RuPaul's Drag Race, gets across to people, because you see them putting on these very dark colors and then just standing around. And it's not because the cameras are there. You have to let the makeup dry to a certain place before you can add anything on top of it, and before you can start doing the blending. It is a long process. It is not, you can't just paint it all on.
How about putting on fake eyelashes? Okay, so you got to put the adhesive on, like the back of your hand or something, and then put it on the lash, and then you have to wait for the lash to get tacky. Y'all, it does not take 30 seconds. Those little liars. It does not take 30 seconds for it to get tacky. I am literally waiting 4 minutes later. It's still wet. Good luck. Good luck. You're there forever. It takes forever.
Which is why I never wear false eyelashes, because it's just too much time. I love the look. I think they're beautiful, but they take forever. Like, I can either do my cheekbones or I can put on eyelashes. You can have one or the other, and I would rather have the cheekbones. Okay. But I mean, when you consider how much work they're putting in for that road trip, like, this is intentional. And I don't think a lot of people who are not familiar with drag understand that. They think it's like a woman, you put on a little foundation, just like it's road makeup. You just a little foundation, a little powder here, there, and yonder. You're fine.
Road makeup, really, Charlie?
Oh, I've been on the road with my sister. She has this whole thing. Oh, she has this whole thing. I used to do trips with my sister all the time. It was insane.
Yes, Glory.
I'm going to say it. Methinks thou dost femme too hard. In general, y'all. Road trips. You don't have to look like you walked out of CoverGirl.
I have one thing
to drive.
Some of them do, Glory. Especially the high school, college age ones. Yes.
I will forgive the young. But if you are over 25 and you are still going to this much trouble, honey, it is time to take a Xanax. It's time to calm down.
But I mean, but we see the same thing with Albert. Of this is part of Albert's character.
Maggie also agrees. Oh Lord, we have to reform this world. Road makeup.
Oh, road makeup is a thing. Yeah.
I know. When it used to be when I heard road makeup, I thought you wear less makeup. You know, just maybe a little gloss, a little color on the cheek, a little tiny bit of color on your eyes, and you're ready to go. Maybe some powder.
As Maggie points out, Glory, you must have your road makeup on if you
is
get pulled over.
Is it my privilege? Is that the problem? Is I'm too privileged here?
Your tiny pores.
Shut up.
Your rosy cheeks.
They don't realize I don't actually do anything for this.
But
I'm so sorry. I apologize to the people who feel a necessary need to wear road makeup so people don't draw away in horror. I apologize.
But this is another argument for me that Albert is non-binary or gender fluid, because that's not drag makeup he puts on at the end. That's very what we in the industry we call fishy makeup. Like he's putting on the full fish. Like that is full, like passing unclockable woman makeup that he's putting on. It's using all of the techniques of drag, but the blending is severe.
Yes.
So that you cannot even tell that it's there.
I loved it when Barbara calls her Mother Coleman.
Yes.
Of like, oh yes, that's absolutely what she should call her now for the rest of their lives. Absolutely, that fits. And then Albert really does tear up in that moment, and it's then discussed by Gene Hackman's character later of like, no, she's just such a lovely, warm woman. It's like,
because Albert didn't know that that's something that Albert wanted.
Right.
That was an option. Because when you're not trans, when you're not binary trans, it's very hard to figure out what in the world you are, because you're like, well, I don't want to go all the way across to the other side. Until somebody tells you there are options. There's middle ground. We are so binary in our society and in our culture that we really have to have somebody to like sit us down and go, there are options, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a spectrum. It's amazing. And that was something that, I very much remember in my own life the first time somebody called me mom.
Mm-hmm.
And how it was like, I mean, I literally had to go lock myself in the bathroom. Like, I just could not stop crying. Because I didn't know that that was something that I wanted. I did not know that that was something that would resonate inside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Albert is my heart.
Albert is such a warm, wonderful character. I've always liked Albert as a character since I was a kid when I first watched the movie. I also love how flamboyant Albert is because relatable content. Tom knows I am terrible to have to live with because I too am terribly flamboyant. All the time on.
By the way,
I saw
road makeup is as carefully planned as club makeup and depends on the part of the country.
Yep.
Per Maggie of.
So sorry, I don't mean for my privilege to get in the way.
Do you want to blend in? Do you want to be better than everyone? Or do you want to be low key? Like, you really have to think about this.
I have been very blessed to have lovely skin.
I remember my sister lecturing me on how to look like you don't have makeup on so that should you get stopped, it's your natural beauty that the cop responds to. And then she started contouring her nose, and I'm like, woman, that is not your nose.
And that's why I thought, like, everybody else said, no, when you drive, it should just be natural beauty. So I believed people and would just wear like some lip smackers.
There is nothing natural about the face that you are putting on right now.
Anyway, live and learn. I was today years old when I learned that road makeup is about as thick as drag makeup. Anyway, shall we do another sprinty sprint? Give our introverts a little rest time from peopling. And when we come back, what will we discuss, Tom and Charlie?
There's so many things.
There's Orlando to discuss.
Let's say we still haven't touched Orlando. That is insane, especially for writers. That's an insane
Orlando.
Story.
There's Fruits Basket, which we actually could kind of discuss together, truthfully. Orlando and Fruits Basket.
Yeah.
There's also the lovely non-binary ineffable husbands of Good Omens. And there is Tom's new top 10 fave movie, romantic movie, Anything's Possible. Not that I didn't like it. I enjoyed it, but Tom was like, aw.
And I may have a weird side rant about the gender fluidity of Q from Star Trek, and just a rant to tell you to watch a video about the Owl House.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. Well, again, hopefully, fair warning, I don't know if my browser will work, but we're going to try to do this again. In the meantime, what a lovely time for you to make sure you have something to drink, something to snack on. And have you checked in with your bladder lately? It needs love too. And with that, we will see y'all in approximately 10 minutes. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beep beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Come out wherever you are.
I'm still here.
Pull it together. All right. So,
Oh, Orlando. It's an odd story.
when Orlando was published in 1926 or 28, I can't remember, there was not much in the way of feminist fiction. And readers today in the 2020s, reading something that was written almost 100 years ago, are going to have a little bit of difficulty, probably, understanding the context of when the story was written. So what made it truly a feminist text is not that Orlando's like, women are equals and what's the big deal? No. It is merely that Orlando from time to time points out the inconsistencies and the patronizing viewpoints of contemporary men and goes, you're hypocrites. You say how the muse and how women are so idealized, and then in the same breath, you also talk negatively about real life women. That a woman without a father or a husband is worthless and needs to be guided and yet has no guidance. She has no value to society. And how could you talk so highly of the feminine ideal and then so lowly, so degeneratively about real life women who pull a lot of the work for society? They do it and they don't ever even get thanked or acknowledged. That was the radicalness of the book Orlando.
Well, that, and where essentially the writer does pull a great trick on the reader. Of the first half of the novel and 3/4 of the movie, Orlando is a man. And we see him act as men do towards women throughout and do all of these behaviors that, are
If
reprehensible.
you're a woman, you're used to.
Yeah. And
Such
then,
as if a man desires you, he believes he is entitled to you. And it has nothing to do with your consent or your interest. It is, but I'm interested in you. So that's it. The, decision making is over. Like, no. See, like I'm also involved in this relationship or not relationship. And I can choose not to be. And I choose not. And men are notorious, not all men, but many are notorious for not giving up and pursuing ad nauseum. We have actually already discussed that kind of character in The World According to Garp, the grad student that pursues Garp's wife, even after she has said no countless times.
And to me at least, the feminist side of this text is, so the second half of the story and the last part of the movie Orlando becomes a woman. And people barely comment on this, which I find fascinating. I do find fascinating what people comment in this story, including how Orlando stopped aging at 20 and just keeps going on. But once Orlando's a woman, we then see the tables turn, and now Orlando has men treat her.
Yeah, she goes by her at that point.
The way
She treated women,
Which he was a man.
for the past 250 years before.
And so the reader must empathize with women by the end of this story of how men treat them. Because we see all these behaviors in the first part, and we're like, okay, this normal story. And then we see it from the other's perspective going, oh, no, this isn't so good. This is a real problem. This is not just a problem. This is a danger. And to that end, it does this very well. The only problem I have with Orlando is this weird sort of stage play where Orlando moves through time like they are wearing 7-league boots for travel, except that's how Orlando moves through time. Of, each day takes place over a day, but it actually is a month or a year of time. And so it's very odd in the storytelling.
It was an experimental book. And
It's very experimental.
There were not a lot of time travel books at the time of its publication. So I consider it an early experimental idea of time travel. So we do have time travel books by this point. We've got Dickens' A Christmas Carol. We have H.G. Wells'
Time Machine.
The Time Machine. We have a couple other, I can't remember off the top of my head.
We also have H.G. Wells' The World of Tomorrow, which takes place in the 2000s.
But we've got a couple time travel books, but we don't have a lot. The subgenre has not really solidified itself yet by the time Orlando comes out. And
it has no tropes, and we see that. There are no time travel tropes.
Of the issue with Orlando being a coherent story. So we're going to this is not the place where we talk about that, even though these are legitimate concerns. In it, if you're trying to either even watch the movie or trying to read the book, we totally get that you're going to be like, but what incoherency? But again, we're really trying to here discuss the gender queerness of Orlando rather than the what the hell lack of tropes in the book and movie Orlando that make it confusing. Because what is a trope? But a trope is a shortcut communication between the writer and the audience about what you're doing. What is this format? That tropes are shortcuts. And Orlando really essentially has very few to no shortcuts. And that it gets bogged down more than a few times. We're going to not talk about that, although those are legitimate concerns. And part of it is the product of its time, 1920 something. But the character itself is what's interesting. The character is based on Vita Sackville West, Virginia Woolf's on again, off again girlfriend, best friend. I don't know. The relationship was interesting.
But I mean, we definitely see Orlando being objectified throughout. Like, Orlando doesn't get that much agency. And so, we can see perhaps why, Vita was not that interested in a relationship, like a constant, continuous relationship with Virginia, if Virginia was objectifying her.
Most of the other characters in the novel and the movie have autonomy and agency, versus Orlando has very little most of the time. Normally it's the other way around. The main character is the one with autonomy and agency. And with Orlando not having it, it's hard to feel for the character, to relate to them. Because what do we as readers want? But everybody, all humans, crave autonomy and agency. And so that the main character doesn't have it, it's hard to kind of get into that, because you're like, hey, why can't you take over her own life?
But again,
that has to do with how Virginia Woolf wrote this character. And even there's some interesting quotes from Vita Sackville West's son, Nigel, about how the character of Orlando is treated by Virginia Woolf. So that is a whole matter that's sort of like, it's fascinating, and Nigel is not actually wrong. I did disagree with the movie choice to change the gender of Orlando's child. I think that was a, what is it, third wave feminist thing. And that is like the only thing I actually disagree with the movie about. Of why did you make it the child a girl? That is not how Virginia Woolf wrote it, because Virginia Woolf was writing Vita Sackville West through time, and Vita Sackville West had a son, not a daughter. But I thought it was pointlessly changed. It really didn't change the story at all. It was an unnecessary change. F that. Charlie, you're being so nice.
I'm
Get in here and interrupt.
I don't know that I have much to say. I mean,
Okay,
just
that's all right then. I just didn't want you to like be nice.
well,
This is not the place to be nice.
one of the few things that I guess I should bring up here, because I was thinking about it while you were talking, is that when time travel is done well in a story, it should be much more about a conversation about the period from which the characters came from, rather than the period that the characters are going to.
Mm-hmm.
And when you read most time travel narratives through that light, they tend to, I don't want to say give you a kinder reading, because that's not really what I mean, but they seem to make a lot more of the unintelligible aspects of them more intelligible. Because, like, the time machine being kind of the prototypical time travel story, that's not so much a story of, oh, in the future there will be Morlocks and we will live in the clouds. It's more, we're kind of already doing this with a like the way we've divided our society, where we have the people that go down in the mines who are working in the factories, and we're over here where above the clouds, we don't have the smog rolling in on us. We don't have the curse of the London fog, right? And it was very much talking about the time he was writing, so much more than this future world or past world.
Well, it definitely says that time travel is part of the sci-fi genre, because it is always using a future as a way to analogize the current, for it to be separated just enough for your audience to review their present in a different way.
I think you could make the same argument about fantasy. So fantasy sci-fi, I would honestly argue then.
So some of my favorite time travel stories are basically arguments ad absurdum that don't look like an argument ad absurdum, because we're in a time travel paradox. We're traveling through space and time through magical telephone booths or whatever. Whatever
Now,
the means might be.
I will say this. So just from watching Orlando with Tom, and really, because Tom had never watched it before, at least not entirely, and kind of seeing it through his eyes, I have a new perspective on Orlando, and that is this. Orlando is a Time Lord, and the TARDIS is somewhere in the distance and just is never actively mentioned. And then it's a super fun story. It's just this Time Lord found Earth and is just mucking about. So anyway.
Well, the part I find interesting about Orlando is that the world interacts with Orlando on Orlando's timescale. So, like, when Orlando becomes a woman and is then stripped of all of her titles and property, we then see it still takes over 100 years for this court case to settle, and for this to become true and permanent. No court case takes that long, but on Orlando's time frame, it would be 100 years. And so it is such an odd time travel way of doing things that, in the end, I do applaud Virginia Woolf for such an experimental story that is at least internally consistent.
I love the idea that Virginia Woolf did utilize very well, which is this sort of book mirror concept of, we see Orlando interpret the world first as a man, and then as a woman. So Orlando truly does get the comeuppance of every time he was unjust or unfair or too self-centered, when in the matters, especially of love, but just in general too, quite honestly. And then he's on the other side as a woman, and then she's like, oh, wait, this is a horse of a different color. And it feels good, okay, y'all? It really does satisfy my sense of justice.
Of like, to give you a sense of, Orlando at the very beginning is given land and title because he is an attractive youth by the queen who is near death. And then once Orlando becomes a woman, very quickly the opposite happens of the land and titles are taken because they are now a woman. It's truly mirrored.
Yeah, I really like that aspect of it. And in fact, I would love to see that as a more common trope, because it is so interesting to see this character through both of these lenses and see them experience the duality of and the injustice of these perspectives and laws that they have to live in this society in. So I very much enjoyed that. I would love to see more of it in stories. I thought it was actually very thought-provoking, but also kind of just a fun trope in general.
It's the one myth that I wish had survived in better detail from Greece. We have it mentioned in a lot of places, but we don't actually have a good retelling of it, and that's the prophet Tiresias, who was quite a misogynistic little leering guy who happens upon a goddess one day and does his little misogynistic leering thing at her, and she turns him into a woman.
That's nice.
And we're told that he lived as a woman for a period of time before he apparently atoned because she turns him back into a man. And we don't actually have the story. Like, it is a part of his backstory that is alluded to in quite a few adventures that Tiresias has in later stories, because we generally meet him as an old man. And this is just part of his backstory. And I don't know, because we've lost so much Greek myth, if there was a version of this story, what it would have looked like to a classical Greek mind to have a man turned into a woman and have to learn his lesson to be turned back into a man. Like, what would that have looked like in ancient Greece? I'm fascinated. Inquiring minds really want to know. But also, I feel like it's a element of the story that we see played off really well in a lot of Japanese fiction. Really plays with this a lot. A lot of female Japanese writers have that one story they wrote about the horrible man who got turned into a woman to learn from their mistakes, and then are cursed to be around other men who were like them.
You mean like what's her name? Takanashi? What?
Yeah.
Of Ranma Half.
Yep.
And Inuyasha fame.
Yeah. Because you come across these stories a lot in that it really gives you an insight into Japanese culture and how the cis and straights really aren't okay, especially in Japan. And it's not as common a trope in Western fiction, and I wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like outside of more gender-bending stories like Victor Victoria, which kind of plays with those ideas and tropes in a way, or the really bad, no matter which way you want to go for it, the classic 80s or the Amanda Bynes remake of She's the Man. There's not a good version of this movie. There are no heroes here. But there are two versions of the story that kind of try to play with this idea.
Well, there's also, what was that movie, Sorority Guys?
Yeah.
That one also, where they have to pretend to be in a sorority in order to keep their house or something to that nature. It's been quite a long time since I've watched it.
Because the thing that I find fascinating is that we don't see this as a trope, where it really feels like it should be more than it is. This idea of
I
having
know.
to live as that thing that you despised.
I know that, like, I certainly heard plenty from the wominists in the late 90s through the 2000s and the 20 teens about how bad this trope is and how it's not politically correct. And I know that that may be part of why that trope is not popular right now in Western American culture. And I politely, absolutely disagree. It's super fun.
I would say
And I love it because it's like the characters almost always like learn a lot by experiencing society through the lens of the other gender or another gender. And also hijinks. Y'all, hijinks are fun. Not enough hijinks. I said it.
I would say my favorite, what we call it, sort of gender bent story, was made in 1999. I watched it late at night on HBO because I was tired. But
Speaking
it's
of
not
shitting, Tom, what was it?
It's called Virtual Sexuality. And unlike so many of them, though, it is where a woman becomes a man and then has to deal with the world. And it is all hijinks.
And hijinks ensues.
It is all silliness and fun. It is British. So it is extra ridiculous.
Well, it's
the reason I love Monstrous Regiment, the book by Terry Pratchett, where it's an entire regiment of people who are not as they appear. I'll say that. And it's super fun. And they eventually realize all the rest of them in that regiment also are not as they appear.
And I know I'm very much on the record as being somebody who believes that gender is a performative act and not necessarily something that can be teased out through microscopes and blood tests. But I'm not surprised that the proto-TERF movement that was the womanist movement would have gone after a trope like this, because it really does go to the performativity of gender in so many ways. That's one of the reasons why I bring up, like, She's the Man. She's the Man is the most gender performative movie, whichever one you want to pick, the Amanda Bynes one or the 1980s one, whichever
I like
one
both.
you want to go with, because that's the one that's like one of the few really common things they have between them. They changed a lot between the two movies, but that they kept, because it's all about trying to pretend to be her brother, if I'm remembering the story correctly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I remember too. So yeah.
And she's not doing a family caricature. And that's what I find really, like, when I say that this is something that could really play off and be an interesting way to explore gender and how it actually plays out in society. We've all had those moments where you're sitting around the table and you start doing impressions of your siblings. Like, if you have siblings, and even if you don't have siblings, you're doing them about your aunts or your uncles or your grandparents, or this is how, mom would totally say it this way, or no, your mom would totally, like, we've all had that moment where we do impersonations of family members.
Yes.
She's not doing an impersonation of her family. She's not trying to be her brother. She's trying to perform masculinity as she feels that it's appropriate. And it's a weird way to see the story. And I wonder if it's because the popularity of something like, well, let's just be honest, Virginia Woolf has kind of been pushed out of public consciousness in a lot of ways, so that we don't think of really any Virginia Woolf things much in artifacts that exist in popular culture. I'm losing the word there. It's like, if you haven't done feminist studies, gender studies, or something like, the likelihood that you've run into Virginia Woolf is slim to none.
I mean, it definitely goes to show who's afraid of Virginia Woolf.
Everyone.
Society.
Yes, society is afraid of Virginia Woolf.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, like, I'm not that in love with Virginia Woolf's writing, but she did a lot of necessary sort of conscious raising ideas that she baked into her stories, and that was helpful in a general sense to society. So I appreciate that, even though like she's not really my kind of style of writer personally. I much prefer to read her writings as the synopsis of it rather than necessarily because, oh my God, it's like she got paid by the word. I just can't, y'all.
Her and John Irving.
And it's not subtle.
No.
She's using that dictionary. Okay, so it's not my favorite style, but the concept she put in her stories and the way she wrote them made them discussion worthy. And there is merit in that, because when you write something that is discussion worthy, people can start using that story or whatever you've written, that article, that essay, as a means to start a conversation in your own personal social circle.
Megan's a fan.
And that is powerful. And that's one of the reasons I actually encourage everyone who comes across us, even if you come across us for other reasons, of consider writing. Consider writing your perspective on anything, whether we're talking nonfiction or fiction, because your thoughts then can become discussion worthy in other people's social circles. So you don't have to be there, but your ideas are there. And it will, just by the act of people discussing new ideas that are outside of their social circle, good change can happen. So that is why I encourage everyone to write, even if it's truly is like the most hobbyist hobby ever hobbied around. But nevertheless, so that your ideas can be out there for other people to think about and then maybe even discuss with their social circle, because people very easily, as human beings, not like any particular people, I'm not singling out anybody, but just humans in general, can easily get trapped into these, like, what would we call them? These little sound bubbles. What is it called? Y'all know the words.
Echo chamber.
Echo chamber. Thank you. These social echo chambers where everybody is all saying the same thing. And then they start thinking that everyone on the planet agrees with them. And guess what? No, everybody does not agree that women belong in the kitchen. Everybody does not agree that, women should keep chickens. And that if you're not keeping chickens, are you really a woman? I am quoting someone from my childhood. So, like, God, you would not believe the wild stuff humans can come up with in their echo chambers. But there's this really cool thing, the printed word, that we have invented that can actually kind of break up in a gentle and not like harmful way. They can break up these echo chambers.
And we also forget why we want people to read certain things. I just saw, Cherry talking about Shakespeare, Virginia Woolf, and a lot of these, like H.P. Lovecraft. These people are important to read because they did something to the language. They did something to the genres that they were dealing with. So much of modern English comes from Shakespeare. Like we quote Shakespeare all the time, and we don't know that we're quoting him because it's just so much still to this day a part of our language and the way we conceptualize the world, which is why Shakespeare is still taught. Mm-hmm. I think the same thing is true with people like Virginia Woolf, in that while I disagree with some of her takes and stuff, she inspired an entire generation of writers that inspired a further generation of writers. She is a focal point for feminist literature in a way that, and I always get her first two names mixed up, but Alcott, who wrote Little Women, who was also a very, very feminist writer in her day, did not have that same effect, did not have that same ripple effect going forward. In the same way that Jane Austen didn't either, even though, again, for her time period, a very feminist writer. Well, she was read by women, so the Academy did not take her seriously. Academia did not take her seriously. Obviously, she's not writing anything important. Women read her. And so she gets thrown over to the side. And by the way, that's a thing that still happens to this day.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's important. It's important.
Honestly, a room of one's own is the reason my father gave me a room by myself and Tom had to sleep in the living room when we were children. Was a room of one's own. Like, what? But he's like, you need it. Like, what? Like, I guess he thought he was making up for society. I don't know. So, yes, Tom spent, what, a solid decade almost sleeping in the living room?
It wasn't that long.
8 years?
6 years.
6 years sleeping in the living room by the couch. Like, he had his own bed. It was just in the living room. So we all sat on it sometimes and watched TV. But I had a room of my own. Anyway, that's a total, nobody cares. I just thought, like, this is how one white man born in 1940 was like, I can do this. Because we always only had a 2-bedroom apartment. And 5 people. 5 people, y'all.
Yeah.
And I just want to clarify, I'm not trying to do the great man of history thing with any of these people.
No.
It's actually the group that came after them that made them important. It's not, this is why when we say one person can't change the world, Virginia Woolf didn't change the world, but she inspired a lot of people who would continue the work and would make the work possible. And that's what makes her important. And the same with Shakespeare. Shakespeare didn't change the world. In fact, we would have completely lost him if it wasn't for the fact that so many people gathered around to preserve what they could in the folios. And we still have lost Shakespeare plays. Like, they still didn't collect all of what he wrote.
And, like, I was surprised at the amount of influence, finally remembered, Rumiko Takahashi has had, and, like, why everyone knows her character Lum, the alien girl with the tiger bikini.
Yeah.
Because it's not that these stories were so amazing. They weren't. These stories were mostly written in under a week and, illustrated in everything. Like, this is some real production stories that she tends to do, but she's influenced such a large percentage of anime mangaka in the following decades that she became important. It wasn't that, if we didn't have, this story, oh well, but it's that influence and how much she impacted everyone else to think differently about female characters in Japanese anime, to think differently about power dynamics, and what makes for an interesting story.
And that's why we keep talking about the actors who play these characters and the people who wrote them and the directors who worked on these projects, because they're all bringing a little bit of something to this. Mm-hmm. Superman is a powerful character, not because he's literally indestructible. Jerry Siegel created Superman dealing with the death of his father, who was shot to death in a robbery. So he made a bulletproof man. Mm-hmm. Superman's his dad. And when you read the early stories, you can really, like, when you go back to Golden Age Superman, he's very much world father figure. But it's that trauma, that personal connection that a lot of people saw this, especially the children that those comics were originally marketed to in the 30s, saw this fatherly figure who does actually know best very often. Instead of, you don't have to listen to him because he's telling you the right thing to do. He's exhibiting the right thing to do. And that really resonated with people. And that's why we go back to, when you write, there's always going to be a little piece of yourself that's in there. He didn't realize he did that till decades later, when he was being interviewed and they were asking him how he came up with the idea. And he brought up the fact that, I guess I was thinking about my dad, and it all just kind of bubbled out of him. And he was just like, I guess Superman's my father. Just like, you read those early interviews with him, because he didn't realize what he was doing, right? Because it's just that processing of trauma, that processing of grief, that processing of life, that is what stories are so good for. When I see the stuff that we've talked about a lot in here, the BirdCage and all of that, I can't help but see echoes of Sylvia Rivera and all of the people that brought us to that point in these characters, even though they're probably not, that wasn't the intention of half the people that we're bringing these characters to life or that we're writing them down, because it got baked into the movement, it got baked into the culture. And that's what we're doing with our stories. And that's what makes them resonate.
I mean, like, that's why here we are wanting to talk about the ineffable husbands. Because again, these are characters we want to see.
Yeah.
Yes.
These are characters we want to be in the real world. They are an improvement on those around us, not a detriment. And that... Go on, Dorian. Losing track.
No, I was just thinking, I missed the beginning for any Rocky Horror talk, but when you listen to Richard O'Brien talk about why Frankenfurter is a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania, he has said quite openly, as a queer person, he was trying to think, what is the scariest thing that you could do? Have somebody who's gender non-conforming not care what you think about them. This is the scariest monster that he could put into this thing. And he's not wrong. Anytime you put in a character that is so sure of themselves, and not out of ego or arrogance, but because they've earned it, right? Armand has a lot of ego issues in the BirdCage. I would not call him arrogant, though. He's earned his stripes. He knows where he's come from, and he knows the struggles his kid is going to have in this world. And so there's this grounded element to his character. And we can see that in so many of these stories. And it's what makes, going back to Garp so annoying. He's had the struggles too, but he refused to learn from them.
Yes.
And, just going down the list, one by one, of all the different things that we have on the list here, you can see it in Tuong Fu. They don't say it outright because that movie is trying to show a very positive world for queer characters to exist in. But both Noxima and they know the dangerous world that they're living in.
Because they're trying to caution Chi-Chi to not go walking on her own out there. Like, it's not safe for you. You have to stay with us. Like, we have to be together to be safe. And Chi-Chi's like, no, I'm just going to go off by myself and be fine. Like, no, honey, you don't understand the danger.
There's that earnestness that's there. And I've been thinking about this a lot because I'm not going to go into detail, but a certain annoying person who's made a certain annoying documentary that a lot of people are talking about nowadays. And really trying to cope with this idea of what does it mean to have pride? What does it mean to be proud? And getting people to understand the difference between... We've made a distinction in our modern language between someone who is proud and someone who is haughty.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a distinction that gets lost in older versions of English.
Yes.
Because somebody who is proud has earned it. They know who they are. They have struggled for who they are. They've struggled for their art, which is why they're proud of it. They've struggled to raise their kids, which is why they're proud of their kids. There's an element of struggle that has been added to the meaning of the word pride that is not there in what we would have talked about as pride maybe in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Yeah, like in old movies, when they talk about proud or to be proud, it is more like an entitlement.
Yep.
This idea of some kind of inherent superiority. And when they're talking about, what is it? There was some kind of phrase they used to use about the neck. Is so proud. What?
They've stretched.
There was
stiff-necked.
Stiff-necked. That's it.
Yeah.
Of this sort of like refusal to turn your head or see anything but what you want to see, what you believe. This idea of your own superiority or your group superiority or something of that nature. And that has really changed. Again, I think that's part of the Stonewall effect, actually. Of like so many gay pride events and this discussion of what is pride then. And it has changed the vernacular. to mean different, which, that is the beauty of English. English is a living language that can change as it needs to, because, like, for instance, the word apologetic does not mean the same that the Greeks originally meant it to mean.
Oh, yeah, it really doesn't.
In fact, if anything, it has like sort of the opposite effect now. It's the opposite meaning than it did way, way back. But it is important to know both where we are now, what we mean when we say things, and also how it was before if it was different.
Which I haven't gotten to see the movie yet, and the name of it just shot out of my head. But there is a new movie about Virginia Woolf and one of her relationships that's coming out. And it's going to be really interesting to see how this person as a character gets reinterpreted for a modern world. Because we have a language now that she did not originally have access to. And if anything, she had a very, what I see in her fiction is a very early, like, not just women's liberation, but women's pride movement. Like, it's a gender pride that she has, but without the language, because it did not exist yet. We didn't have the Marsha P. Johnsons and the Sylvia Riveras putting that language out there. We didn't have that phrasing in the vernacular, and modern generations do. And I bet you that's going to be read back into her. Like when we see her as a character in some of these films that are, I think one of them just came out or is about to come out. I'm sorry, my brain is completely, I've tried to do a search to find the name of it, and I
can't find. Let's see, 2018 was Vita and Virginia. 2020 Trio by William Boyd follows the life of Elfrida Wing, an alcoholic writer interested in the unaliving of Wolf. I'm not finding.
I think Rowan Ellis mentioned it in something as a project that she's excited about. That's where I heard it, but it's going to be interesting to see how her legacy gets reinterpreted by people that have access to a language that she didn't, because that's always an interesting time period to live in, where, like, I've seen the stage play A Normal Heart, and it is devastating, and it will destroy you if you're not prepared for the story that you're going to get. It's essentially the origin story for ACT UP. It's set at the very beginning of the AIDS crisis. And all of the names of the characters were changed, but if you have any knowledge of these early people, you know exactly who everyone is. Like, nothing is truly obscured. It's just, and it's also very much Larry Kramer's personal take on everything that happened. But the HBO movie version starring Mark Ruffalo is not the stage play. It is a modern reimagining of Larry that he did get to live long enough to see, and basically got to see his legacy as he was going to be reinterpreted going forward. And it's such a very different story, because while the anger and all of that is so Larry is still in there, there is this warmth that gets brought into it, in that we know, in hindsight, they will have victories. They will win great victories. These are the origin stories of our heroes. These are the people that will take on the Reagan administration and the CDC, and will eventually lead to saving countless lives. But in the early days of the struggle, when that is by no means obvious that it will happen, and that look back, just 30, 40 years, I think, between when the events of that story happened and when the movie's made, we're going to see that happen to a lot of these other characters and people, and it's really going to change their legacy and how they're viewed going forward. And it's going to change us with it, because that's why we retell these stories. That's why we go back to them and we dip in this well, is to reimagine our history in a way that makes it make sense to us. Because when we're very lucky, we look back and have no frame of reference for what actually happened, what was actually going on. And that's when you know that you are definitely living in a better time. When you see like a retelling of Spartacus, for example, and you're talking about all these other subtexts rather than it was a slave revolt of people fighting literally for their lives to escape an empire that wanted them dead, no matter what. We tell that story differently now. The same with like 300. 300 gets to be Zack Snyder's weird homoerotic weird fest that
so
it is.
Erotic.
Where that story was, to the minds of the people who wrote it, their one chance to survive. Because they knew, like, Xerxes had not lost any battles. And if he got there before they were ready, they were done.
And Xerxes' armies were massive compared to anything they could muster.
Highly recommend, though, that if you are interested, you need to look up the Weather Girls 300. Somebody cut 300 to the Weather Girls song and did it, and like men just keep going flying through the music video. Cannot recommend it. But anyway.
So I believe there was still I believe Charlie still wanted to do a rant on Owl House.
Well, seeing the they, them in the title has got me thinking, like, well, number one, I always love bringing up the beautiful gender fluid Q because, as you know, I watch Star Trek every day because I'm that person. And
I literally have a folder that's just Q episodes that Tom made for me because, yes, that's how I got into Star Trek was Q. Q's my favorite character.
Last night was the episode where he met Vosh for the first time. And there's that wonderful line that reminds you that Q is a gender fluid character. Oh, Jean-Luc, if I had known that you had a weakness for the opposite sex, I would have appeared to you as a woman. Like, just... And John Delancey just delivers it so well. And it's like, yes, never forget our gender fluid superstar that is Q.
Yes.
But yeah, any discussion of this, to me, is lacking without bringing the Owl House in. Because the Owl House is a kids' show. It is definitely a kids' show. The stakes are fairly low. The humor is very childlike and innocent and sweet. And yet, so many of our characters are non-conforming. In season 1, we are introduced to one of the characters mentioning their non-binary they friend, just as an offhanded remark in the story. It's not dwelled on. It's just moved on. A lot of people miss it until you point it out, and they go back to that scene in the library and like, oh my goodness, he does refer to his date as they through the entire discussion. Yes. Because it's not seen as remarkable. None of the stuff is seen as remarkable. And the heroes and the villains all agree that Rain is they, them.
Yes.
No one questions that Luz can be in love with a woman. Yeah. Nobody questions the queerness of any of the characters in this show. And it is the queerest queer show that has ever queered in the history of queerdom. And I highly recommend that you watch it if you get a chance and you haven't already. And if you don't fall in love with Demon King, I don't know if I can be friends with you. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. But this show has been canceled.
Yes.
And the reason for it is that it, quote unquote, does not fit into the Disney brand. And I don't understand this sentence, and I really feel like we need to pressure them to explain. Because Pirates of the Caribbean fits into the Disney brand, and that's a drunken pirate and his cohort of murderous, debauched folk running around fighting weird underwater Cthulhu and his minions of the undead. So...
But China's doesn't censor that.
I saw a headline, and I don't know if this is true, but it was saying that Disney Plus has changed the rating for Lightyear, the movie. to make it adult, so that if you're you have the child's account on Disney Plus, you cannot access Lightyear.
I'm very curious about that. I'm
I don't know if this is true. I literally read it in the middle of the night, like this morning at like 4 or 5 a.m. And I didn't click on it because I did not want to deal with those feelings in the middle of the night. I was trying to get to sleep. And frankly, I was actually watching the 1994 version of Little Women. So I was having my cottagecore fantasies. Okay.
But I bring this show up because, one, I don't think that any conversation about gender fluid and non-binary characters and it's strong female characters, because every character in that story is a strong female character, from Lilith all the way down. Lilith and they almost all have L names. Anyway,
yes, I noticed that in the first season. Like, what is this little weird? Okay,
there's such strong female characters, but they never lose their femininity. They never lose their gender fluid nature. It is such a celebration of life. And I think it was a mistake on Disney's part to not see this as a part of their brand. And
I was not surprised when they did this, because this is what they did with
Gravity Falls.
Yeah. It appeals too much to both genders. It is not divisive enough to be a single gendered show. And that is a problem to them and their advertisers, because advertisers don't like advertising to both genders.
And that's why we need to make it a problem for them in the reverse. Because it's very frustrating to see them wanting all the credit for the first gay every time they do it. The same thing over and over and over again. And for anybody who tells me that the first gay character that they outed in Star Wars was in that Return of that Rise of Skywalker movie, I dare you, without looking it up, what's the name of the character? Tell me her name and why she's important to the story. Oh, you can't, because nobody knows her name. There we go.
Didn't she die in the first 15 minutes?
No, it happens at the very, very end of the movie. We get to see her kiss her girlfriend or wife or whatever.
I was thinking of a different character.
It's in the back. Yeah, it's in the background, and it never shall it be spoken of again. And look, I understand businesses are going to business. I understand that they are here to make the monies, but we can't let them keep getting away with lip service. And that's on all of the issues that they're claiming to be really strong about. If they're going to say that their characters are very good representations of female characters, well, let's see. Can you keep that up? Can you? How long till we get our pretty princess back that just dotingly follows after her man? Like, where are you going with this? And I don't know. I feel like we have to bring Owl House into the discussion just because it is so well done. It is such a loving and beautiful story, and it was done so dirty. The creators were not allowed in the room while its fate was being discussed.
Yeah.
They had to sit outside and wait to find out the fate of their own show. And they were just... I think the reason I wanted to have a rant is because there's even today, still this narrative of it's gotten better. We have this, that, or the other thing. And I see the Owl House thrown into that. The Owl House is not a sign that it has gotten better. It's a sign that it has stayed the same. We're still in the same place. It was a token that they got as much as they did because when they bought it, they guaranteed 2 seasons. It was purchased with a guarantee of 2 seasons, which is why the creators felt that they could do whatever they wanted to do with it, and got a large audience, got a very vocal audience, and still no plushies, no toys. Disney doesn't know if the show would have made them money. They did not try to make money from it.
It was a token. It was a token show.
So
it was something they could say they did.
Yep.
Not unlike Gravity Falls.
and they were trying to compete with, you know, all the flack they were getting for not having anything approaching what was Rebecca Sugar's show?
Steven
Steven
Universe.
Universe.
And I love
Hmm?
Steven Universe, but the Owl House I love a little bit more.
Yes, I very much enjoyed the Owl House, and I definitely wanted a plushie of the nose.
Yes.
She's so cute.
I love when we find out that she's basically a quasi super villain who's doing all these like hijinks across the island.
Yes.
Oh,
It
Oh my
messes with
goodness.
me because there is a person in this town that just really reminds me of that character.
Looks very similar. It is disturbing, but has longer legs
Yes.
so if you were
And more
not
torso.
or torso.
if
Like
you were
no
not
torso at all.
if you were not completely radicalized on these issues, I highly recommend James Somerton's wonderful video where he breaks down everything that happened with the Owl House
Mhm.
in complete gory detail and ends with a rant for the ages for Stonewall 2 that I have not seen in it is the feel good video of the summer.
This also kind of brings up something I wanted to bring up earlier, and it may seem odd, but just run with me. Part of the reason why we say, you know, write your thoughts and views, help, you know, give people those thoughts so they can then talk about them. One of the little channels on YouTube that I really enjoy, Sacred Cow Shipyards, just had a rant on responding to people getting upset about the AK-47 in Andor's trailer. Since the person who runs Sacred Cow is a retired Navy person who worked in weapons, so you know has a large knowledge of tactics and everything else, and essentially spends 20 minutes explaining why this is a red flag about those nerds and those people trying to change this narrative, and not about the show Andor or the people making the show or anyone else. We've had plenty of weapons that are very distinctive and obviously from the US that people and the world in our time period that no one's complained about. That anyone who knows weaponry can very quickly just go, oh, did they change that at all? Oh, they slept on a little extra ammo clip. How does that even work? Why is there two pieces of ammo next to each other? But the people complaining about this are the red flags.
Yep.
That you should be wary of anyone making this complaint. They are showing their agenda. And most people would not have those words to create this discussion or argument of, no, this is people trying to change the agenda without admitting they want to change the agenda. This is not about a piece of machinery. This is about people going, you aren't making the kind of shows I like and with the messages I want you to make. These are too nice to the people I consider on the outs. And I don't like that. So let's try to poke holes at this. And that is why, you know, writing your views and thoughts is so helpful, because people may have these feelings and they sort of recognize, but you know, that incongruity of, why are you complaining about this? This seems very minor. What's up with this? And you may be the person who actually understands the real agenda going behind this. Just like with Virginia Woolf, understanding that the only way to get men to understand women's problems in society is to get them to empathize first. To write these stories from a male perspective and then flip it and show the female side of the same situation and how every single one of these situations is an injustice. You don't know when you are the only one who's really had this perspective that can help others then voice their views and wants of creating a better world. and that's why we want people to share their ideas and views, is pretty much if you enjoy hearing us talk, you want a better world. You are not regressive. We are really not
You
regressive.
really do not appeal to regressives.
As we saw earlier.
We have tested this theory out for decades. All over the South and Midwest and the Southwest, actually, as well.
Yes.
And we have definitively proven regressives find us so off-putting they must flee, sometimes literally, within mere moments of a conversation starting. So
Also,
if you're here, you are not regressive in your heart. So
also, make sure that you are skeptical of the people in power that are publishing your work. We're seeing this most profoundly with what's going on over in HBO land and Time Warner land, where things are just blipping out of existence. And if you don't understand why that's a big deal, in Hollywood, if you want to get a job, you need to be able to show your previous work, not just say that you were in something. And by these things being blipped out of existence, they don't count anymore. Like, these are, whether or not Batgirl was a good movie or not, whether or not the Scooby Halloween Christmas Adventure thing was a good movie or not, doesn't matter. People spent years of their lives making this, from the special effects artists to the people who wrote the scripts to the actors who were in it, that now have an empty hole in their resume. And the other shows that were taken down without notifying anyone, that now exist in a black hole that may never appear again anywhere else, that's years of their life that they can no longer show on a resume. They can no longer show people that they did something.
Yep.
There was a wonderful interview.
That's literally why I stopped writing for the regional magazine. Was I was the highest paid writer there, and they still wouldn't post my articles on their website, not even 6 months or a year later. So nobody without a subscription could read what I'd written. It's the same thing that then happened at the student newspaper that I used to write for. My articles were up for several years, and then a new regime change happened, and they took down all of my articles. Did they take down all the articles from the newspaper? No. They specifically took my column articles down. So there is now only an echo record that I ever wrote anything, and that is there's a reference to what I wrote in a book that was a grad student's dissertation that he published, and the first chapter is about my column, and that's the only record now that exists online. And so, that is how you essentially you destroy people's work history when you're in the creative arts. Is you are the one with the right to their information, to what they've created, and then you make it so nobody can access it.
When she finished the last season of Dickinson, Elena Smith, the showrunner and creator of that wonderful show, went to Apple and said, I want a physical copy of this. This was 10 years of my life, and I cannot guarantee that streaming services will always be around or that this show will still be on the streaming service. I want a physical copy of it. And they gave her one. And she is like, I'm the only person on earth who has a physical copy of the raw show that, other than other than Apple. And that's what you need. You need to have that protection over your work. That even if you don't think it's important, even if you think it's just something that you did that will eventually be forgotten or whatever, like no matter how ephemeral you think your work is, the market that we're currently living in can disappear stuff very quickly, very easily. I've had my account both locked and banned by Amazon twice in my career. And my first book came out in 2005. So 17 years of writing. I've had all of my work banned, and some of that work was exclusive to Amazon. I had to fight for the rights to republish one of my stories, the Fates Horror stories, because those were published on an exclusive deal with Amazon, and Amazon decided they weren't going to support that format anymore and nuked all of the stories they published that way. They just blipped them out of existence. And that really upset me because, Black Moon Rising is one of my favorite things I've ever written. And the fact that it didn't exist anymore upset me so much. And luckily I still had copies of it, but you never know when your work can just be blipped out of existence. So I think that a lot with like what's going on with the Owl House and what's going on over at HBO. Because
we were friends, with a uncle, not uncle, who published a book on what was it called? The Mule Train. During the civil rights, 20, back in the 80s, and then the publisher published it once, but because of the contract, and then the publisher died, literally.
Marx, Martin, and the Mule Train by Hilliard Lawrence Lackey.
And it took over 20 years to then try to get the rights back and secure them so that it could be republished.
There's
Yeah, we actually counseled the person who turned out not to be our uncle. We thought was our uncle, but it turned out our parents just were using it euphemistically. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Totally messed up our genealogy. Anyway, that when the publisher died, like, what are the rights? And they're like, they can retain it. I'm like, not necessarily. What did you sign? Turned out these two signed nothing. And I'm like, then you absolutely have the rights to republish. You could just do it through Amazon. So, but it still took several years for Hilliard to actually republish it because at the time we couldn't even get a copy. There were no copies to get, and I wanted to read it, and the only copy I knew available was at Hilliard's house. And I'm like, and Hilliard lives in Jackson, and I'm like, it'll go take a little while for me to read this whole book. But it was about Hilliard growing up in Marks, Mississippi, and then eventually joining Martin Luther King Jr. on his march to Selma and beyond. And, how he didn't get to be part of it and all this other, there's all this going on. There was a lot going on. And, like, as a writer, you need to always be mindful of your rights. Period. No ifs.
Yeah, the creators of Megas XLR are going through this right now, that they've been trying to buy the rights back from Cartoon Network for this animated show that they did in the early 2000s. They got 2 seasons, and they will probably never get to see it again because during the negotiations, Cartoon Network decided to use it as a tax write-off, which puts it in this gray area that it cannot be monetized because they said it's unmonetizable. And so they've basically lost it to a financial black hole, that all of their work, all of that effort, like the fan base that has been helping them raise money to bring this show back, the whole thing is probably gone forever now, at least in the United States, because of the way that they did the tax write-off, because they then found out that Cartoon Network is still showing it in Europe and Asia, because they did not take it as a tax write-off in those markets.
I might have it and still watch it from TV recordings.
I'm just saying, though, I mean, they got done really dirty over this whole thing, and you need to be mindful of what you're doing. That's why, to me, like, bringing up the Owl House, especially in discussions like this, is important, because I'm not surprised that an evil corporation is going to evil corporation, but as both fans and creators,
that the evil corporation isn't going to be evil to them.
Yeah.
Or that any corporation is not necessarily evil and not evil to them. And again, it's like, take a lesson from the Gen Zs. They're very savvy. Let us, as millennials, release the hope on this one. And instead of hoping corporations are kind to us, let us be very suspicious and read the whole contract and then negotiate the rights on the contract. You can say no. You can get all the way to the top of the mountain to gain the enlightenment, i.e. publication, and then be like, you know what? Not on these terms. Hell no. Bye. And you are not a failure for valuing your work more than the corporation values you.
And make sure that you have it in your contract that you can be in the room where it happened. Because to me, the greatest loss of the Owl House is that because of the way the rights are currently managed, it cannot be shopped off even to Hulu, which is a weird thing. Like, it would fit very well with all of the weird stuff that they do for original animation over on Hulu, and Disney already owns it, just shifted over to the other corporation. It would work really well compared to a lot of the stuff that Netflix is doing right now with like Dead End Theme Park. If you've not seen that show, and talk about non-binary and transgender amazingness. That is such a good show. Like, it would fit in very well over there with all of that work, but they can't even shop it around.
So, by the way, just like, I know that nobody asked me for contract advice, but I'm going to just point out, when you put in a contract, like for instance, that you must be present in the room where decisions are being made as the decisions are being negotiated and made, there has to be a consequence if you are not present.
Yep.
So don't just put in, oh, and this, but nothing bad happens if they don't do it, if they overlook it. Because remember, a contract is the start of the negotiation. It is not the final. So there has to be a consequence that's worth it to you. What is worth it to you that you would not be mad if you were not in the room when the decisions about publication or republication or whatever are being made? What would be worth it to you? Would it be $1 million? How about $10 million? How about you retain rights to the publishing company now for perpetuity? What is it you want? What would you not be mad about? And then put that in as the consequence if they do not assure that you are getting the thing. Because remember, contracts need to have consequences, or else what was the point of this in the first place?
Yep.
And yes, you as the individual can just rewrite the contract, turn that one in signed, and see if they catch it. I may have done this. And it still holds, because if they signed it too and then they filed it, it's on them. And they're lazy little lawyers that they were barely paying enough.
It's amazing when they sign it and file it.
Yep. So I'm just saying, like, that is one thing that drives me insane is people like, well, I put it in the contract. And I'm like, what was the consequence if they didn't do it? Oh, there wasn't a consequence. Like, it's like you understood the concept of the contract, but not like what the contract's actually for. So yes, there's a reason my mother wanted me to be a contract lawyer. Okay, so anyway, moving on.
Because I think it's always important, especially since we're talking to writers, to always bring in that industry side.
Yes.
Especially if you're dealing with issues of gender, even if that's just cisgender female characters, everything is stacked against you. I have fallen in love with way too many shows that I immediately knew were going to get canceled because they had a strong female demographic in their viewership.
Mm-hmm.
And that is poison to most network shows.
Yep.
Practice with your phone and cable contract. It's really funny.
So that actually brings up Fruits Basket in a kind of interesting way. So in Fruits Basket, number one, not only are there quite a few male characters, and in fact, they are the central characters for the most part, but even the most powerful character, we are shown for quite a while in the manga, and then also in the anime series, plural, that is male, but it turns out that character is not. Oh, spoilers, Glory, why you gotta be I did it. I ruined it for you. You'll survive. So that's kind of a fun little twist and turn. Suddenly, I am just abandoned here.
It's on the shock that you gave spoilers on the internet. Glory, who does spoilers on the internet? No.
Alfred Hitchcock can go hang himself. Spoilers didn't exist before Alfred Hitchcock.
Agreed.
So, but like that is with Fruits Basket, you think it's going to be one kind of story. And then as the story unravels, you find out it's an entirely different kind of story. One of the things I like is that there is this very much the traditional, this is like all the people who are of value in this story are all men, and the women are subservient or they're tertiary characters. And again, they lust after the male characters, and that is their main job. They're very two-dimensional. And then as the story progresses, that is not the case. So it is a bait and switch, and I appreciate the author for her fantastic bait and switch. Some of the characters are gender fluid. Some, you know what? Everybody is sort of fluid here because they're shapeshifters. What is it, like unwilling shapeshifters? I'm going to just sit here in silence.
I know you're not done. Keep going.
I'm trying to have a conversation. You're not helping.
We're enjoying the flow.
Oh, screw you. All right, fine.
How many times you won't
Sorry, honey.
stop talking and interrupt? Go on.
Because you have not spoken for most of the last 3 hours.
I know you've got more to say.
All right.
Stop pretending.
Okay. So one of the things that I think is actually most important, and I actually wanted to bring up Fruits Basket specifically, for the most part, we've talked about non-binary characters. We've talked about trans characters. We've talked about gender fluid characters, and we haven't really talked too much about genderless, but we'll probably get there. But there is a character that is not exactly that, but I think that could read that way for Western readers and Western viewers. And that is in Fruits Basket, the character of Akito. Nobody converses. We all have monologues inside us. Way to go. Okay. So, hold up. Do my mods. My mods taking care of this. So, what we do have is, and I'm going to absolutely ruin this for you. Why, yes, I did look it up years ago when I watched Fruits Basket for the first time. But here it is. Akito is the, quote, God character of the Chinese zodiac. And as such is in charge or is the controlling figure. They all wish to worship Akito. They all do Akito's bidding, even when it pains them greatly. It's kind of a BDSM relationship. Anyway. But what does not become clear for the first season or two is that Akito is not a man. Even though Akito reads as a man, especially if you are Japanese, so you understand like Japanese culture, what are clothing norms and what are behavioral norms. Akito reads as a man. Akito is in fact not a man. Akito had a very abusive mother and was forced to dress as a male pretty much her entire life because her mother was jealous of the attention Akito received from her father. And so was emotionally and mentally abused by her mother and forced against her will to dress as a male. And then we see the mental suffering and anguish Akito experienced because she was forced to appear as a gender she does not identify with. And then how other people then treat her as such, and it causes her so much mental anguish, and then she takes it out on all the other members of the Chinese zodiac. Pain and suffering for everybody. So one of the things that I heard about initially when I was first watching Fruits Basket and first reading the manga of Fruits Basket was people considered Akito like a trans character or a non-binary character. And the more I got into it, the more I was like, no, this is definitely a misnomer. This actually shows, though, it's sort of, how do I say, it's sort of like a trans ally kind of portrayal, in that it shows why trans folk cannot just do what is easy and stay as the gender that they were assigned by society and their own family, why they have to risk it all, because otherwise they are in this amount of suffering, just as Akito is. Suffering for all.
No, I think that was a reference to the no one converses about fruits basket. We just all have monologues.
So cruel. So that is my thing about Akito. Akito actually does work as an ally to essentially the story that trans folks are trying to communicate to cis folk about why, like, let's be perfectly honest, life is easier if you are perceived on the street as a man. Gosh, you know how like much sometimes I wish I could? Oh, people would not give me crap. I could just be a very pretty man. It would totally be fine. But it just doesn't fit for me. And I would feel like such a fraud, and I would feel like there would be so much cognitive dissonance for me. Akito very much does show us, but first we get to know Akito as the one who causes so much suffering because they themselves are miserable, and then later we find out why, and it all starts fitting together. That is where all this discordance and this misery is ultimately coming from. And see, Spence says, no, it was in response to the suffering for all comment. You got to stop assuming we comment for good time. So, like, I think that Akito, from the writer's perspective of being able to show this, is like a good argument for why no trans people need to, for their own mental health, need to live their life as the gender that they feel inside, versus how they might, what they were assigned at birth, how their family wishes them to be, maybe even how society wishes them to be. That, like, it just does not work. They are so miserable.
Yeah, but
but again, Akito is not trans. I want to make that abundantly clear, because I kept hearing this from people in, I will admit, mostly South Mississippi, and also sometimes online, talking about how Akito is such a great trans character. Akito is not trans. Her mother forced her to dress this way, and it caused her incredible mental suffering. And that is, again, why trans people, though, need to be their true selves, so that they do not suffer like this.
Akito makes a great case in point of why rates of self-harm for queer people are very high in the society where they have to be closeted. And suddenly it drops to whatever is the social average if they don't have to be closeted. It's just that social requirement to pass as something they're not, that is the mental harm. Mm-hmm. And Akito definitely shows this of they never wanted to be.
This was not something they desired.
But the small social society Akito was within required it of them, and you see, them lashing out then in response.
And even behaving in an abusive manner to her other family members, when in fact, like, all of this, and then we see this at the end and in the follow-up, because there was, like, I think a couple mangas that she wrote, like, many years later, that essentially is like a follow-up to how Akito's now living and has a kid and everything, and la la la, and that she's much happier and she's not abusive to anybody, and she's working on being at peace with being a mother herself, and essentially dealing with this fear inside her that she will eventually become abusive to her own daughter because she does not want to be like her mother. Again, these are gender issues, but she is trying to come to places of peace about it and about her traumatic past.
So,
I mean, again, relatable content.
My mild play of devil's advocacy here, because of the way that we actually discuss transition, you could possibly argue that she was assigned male at birth by her mother, and then forced to live in that role. Because when we talk about, gender being assigned at birth. Gender, especially in our modern society, is assigned before birth. To the point where if you've not watched gender reveal fail compilations and how often people get angry at their unborn child because the test did not come back with the answer they wanted on it. That's definitely assigned a gender. If you don't understand gender assignment, if you don't understand why this phrase is used, watch those videos and you will see how they had already decided this is a boy or this is a girl. Oh, the test has come back and said something counterindicative of that. Destroy the world. I'm going to break everything down. I'm going to start crying, screaming, throwing things. Like, gender assignment.
But like the only person that's demanding Akito behave as a man is her mother. No one else. Not her father, not the rest of the Chinese zodiac or any of the bigger, larger Soma family. They all know she's a woman and they, acknowledge that, but they also acknowledge that Akito cannot say no to her mother, that her mother has this influence, this strength of force in her life.
Like I said, it was a mild devil's advocacy for this, because you could try to say that is a metaphor or what have you for being assigned a gender at birth.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, like it's complicated, but it is fascinating, and I love how it plays out. It's so much fun. Now, look, since we're talking about
the drama,
I will go ahead and say my favorite character is it? I can't remember. Is it Ayame or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. The snake, y'all. I don't know if you realize, but yes, he's so flamboyant. I love him. And also, I too want a best friend / sub who dresses up all the time and makes dresses for everybody. Like, what's not to love? That's just me. Yeah, just the ones that before her. The youngest ones don't necessarily know because it's just not discussed. They're not going to discuss that she's abused. They all just love her, him, them, whatever. Japanese and all this it's a different culture. What do you think Charlie and Brian are discussing right now?
How yummy spaghetti is.
Okay. So, anything else? Anybody want to talk about Fruits Basket? I'm done.
No.
I do like that since there's essentially so many shapeshifters in the ensemble that we really get to explore what it's like living a secret. So one of the things Tom and I wanted to talk about is when we're talking about genderqueer characters, it is a wonderful time to write a farce. So in a farce, everybody got secrets. And everybody's worried that other people will find out their secret.
Also, farce is not necessarily a comedy, by the way.
No, you can have a dramatic farce. But farces are fun, whether you're doing drama or comedy. So in a farce, everybody has a secret or something they don't want other people to find out. It may just be one person they don't want to find out, or it may be everybody they don't want to find out. But there are secrets. And with a farce, all the secrets get aired out. And that is when hilarity ensues, or conflict ensues, or whatever. I mean, technically, Shakespeare's done some dramatic farces, like what is that terrible tragedy one? Is it Coriolanus?
Othello?
Okay, or Othello. But
Coriolanus?
That said Coriolanus.
Yeah, it's
Why are you making me think about that?
While you eat spaghetti? Oh, because I'm evil. Anyway, so moving on.
This is how you get me to talk again. Appetite gone. You brought up Coriolanus. It's fine. I can talk again.
But yeah, like, so what I...
Oh, no.
Shall I bring up what you use different queer characters for?
Go
So what I realized watching all these is trans characters are the opposite of secret keepers. They have done a lot to live as who they really are, and they will make sure everyone else reveals who they are. So if you've got a trans character, the secrets are coming out.
I mean, you can actually make an argument that Hamlet is very much a trans trope kind of story.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hate you a little bit, Tom, for exposing us like that.
Versus if your queer characters are gay, as in men who are attracted to other men, often these characters are the ones who bring up, you must live to find your own joy and happiness. That is where you see these characters come in, and what they tend to, the tropes they tend to bring to a story. Versus lesbian, we tend to see more of finding your own strength in community.
And they got to read the map.
Yes.
Somebody's got to, or how
Somebody's got to,
right?
And a Subaru.
Get a Subaru. Why do they all have Subarus?
I mean,
I missed that
you
agenda
need,
meeting.
You need all-wheel traction to get out of any situation because you ain't safe in this world. That's why we got to have a Subaru.
Can't wait for a man to come along.
The only one I just don't see enough in movies and stuff to really come up with yet of a tropes they go with is the gender fluid of like what the tropes they're associated with.
Flexibility of ability to live your life how you need to.
Oh, great.
Requires. What?
You know that everything is a spectrum, that it is shades of gray. It is not black and white.
Yeah,
also, it's performance.
Most gender fluid characters, when they get included in a story, are generally there to be duplicitous. And I really am not appreciative of that.
No, we're not going to encourage that one.
I was thinking of the few positive gender fluid ones I've seen, and they're usually about this whole black and white binary is BS.
Well, like Albert from the BirdCage.
Yeah.
Definitely, I would say more gender fluid than anything. Albert just behaves in a way that feels right in the moment, what fits the bill, but within the realm of what works for them.
It's the issue with MCU's gender fluid Loki, because, well, yes, it's very important to understand that both of these characters are the same character. When you meet Lady Loki and Boy Loki, they're the same character. It's just one decided to live as a woman. And if you don't understand that, watch it again and notice how angry she gets every time she's dead named and called Loki. Like, she decided to pick a side, and she's very much on there. But
and the fact that she was like, what, 5 or 6 when she became an aberrant?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's still bitter about that, and I totally understand why she's salty. Like, I would be too. Like, excuse me, a literal toddler, a child, get over it. This is terrible. This is how you know you're on the wrong side. That's like Nazi shit.
But in showing that they don't understand, like,
putting
a lot of writing,
5-year-old on trial is like how you know you're a Nazi. The role that flamboyant gays used to play, playing telephone to males and females.
Yeah.
Yes, I have seen that as a trope too. Yes, this sort of bridge over, this communication between genders. Even Shakespeare used that.
But you could see that they didn't understand how to treat the character, because there's a scene where all of the boy Lokis are hanging out, and our Loki that we're following says, "Have you ever met a girl Loki before?" And they all are just like, "Ew, girls." And if you're gender fluid, you're not going to be like, "Ooh, girl."
Loki.
You might be, "Ooh, girl."
Became a mayor to like gain the attention of like a magical stallion, and then came back a year later with, "Here's my 8-legged baby, everybody, for you, Odin. Have a good time." Like, why? Ooh, why? What? How dare you say ooh, you little horsey?
Like, yeah, they just didn't. You could see the cisgendered people who wrote this had no idea how to write a gender fluid character.
Yes.
Because
pretty much, well, I mean, it just goes back to that whole, there's 2 types of people who like Viking mythology, and one of them are cringe hateful regressives, and the other are incredibly progressive, cheerful people who
Like,
find
don't
the
we
world
all
hilarious.
want to ride a chariot with big cats? Like, yeah, good times.
Versus
One of-
mountain goats. I mean, I love all the different chariots and what the different chariots are
Like,
pulled
they're
by.
like, we're not sticking to horses. Are you crazy? I love it.
One of the greatest zombie stories ever written is a Norse legend about two boyfriends fighting off a horde of Draugr coming to take away everything that they have earned through their lives.
I do not
So-
know what Draugr is.
Draugr, it's a zombie. It's the Nordic version of a zombie.
Oh, okay.
Basically, they're warriors generally who died in disgrace, who return from the dead and haunt the living. Depending on the depiction, they're somewhere between a revenant, a vampire, and a zombie.
Okay.
Depending on the story, how much agency they have.
Okay.
Maybe
but,
a
like-
Wendigo also.
Yeah.
Like,
No-
I honestly didn't think of Loki because Loki does not behave in a gender fluid way, even though Loki's a shapeshifter, which that's wild.
That's why. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring him up, because in the comics, he's very much like Lady
Oh, yeah.
Loki in the comics. He just decided to do that one day
Yeah.
and is
What I
Lady
like
Loki for quite some time.
Here's what I like about Loki as a character, not the MCU, but like in general, Loki as a character. Why at one point I named my computer Loki several computers ago. Loki's like, I could be whatever I want, so there. And then Loki does it. And I love that about Loki. Loki's like, I will be what I will want, and I will make all the babies I want. You can't tell me nothing. And I enjoy that. Also, I love mischief makers. But, more importantly, I love people who live their life by their own terms and really stick to that, but who are not trying to go out there and hurt people. I love it. That's one of the things I appreciate about a gender fluid. Is like, you be you, baby, whatever that is. So, and then I want to see like what's going to happen, because I don't know what they're going to do. So I'm here for the show.
I don't feel like we're going to get really good gender fluid anything really until we start breaking down the hegemony of the binary.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way it usually gets sold is in kind of a 1970s glam rock androgyny that may be a beauty aesthetic for a lot of non-binary folk, but is not in and of itself gender fluid.
I agree.
Because one of the things that I love about hair metal having been a thing is these were some of the most dude bro men that have ever existed on the planet. If you don't know that, watch any interview with any of these people for just 5 minutes. Just go to Nikki Sixx's YouTube channel. It's actually quite fabulous, and just watch an interview with him. He is the most cisgendered straight man that you will ever see have a conversation, who bemoans the fact that it's hard for people to just put on lipstick because they feel like it, because it's just fashion. It was just it was just,
and it all
something you
started
could
as
do.
men's fashion.
Yeah.
Mid 1700s. That was like all the rich men, honey. All the rich men were wearing lipstick and ruffles and mincing around because they thought that was awesome. Okay.
Because I remember
you, baby.
the first time I tried to explain gender fluid to a very cis friend of mine, and it was that scene that's in the meme where like you could see the math equations trying to like manifest outside of her and like float through the sky as she was trying to do the gender calculus necessary to be able to be a floating point on the gender spectrum. Like you could just see it in her eyes, and she was like, that sounds like insanity to me. And I was like, yes, it's so much fun. Like, because gender is crazy, so why not just be? Just be
yourself.
Which, by the way, if you're not familiar with Kinky Boots, highly recommend that song. Such a good song, such a good musical. Oh,
there's my father trying to tell me how heels are really a man's thing and that I shouldn't ruin my feet with them because I'm not a man. What? Okay. Yeah. That's what I think of every time I see a gorgeous pair of heels. Is Daddy's like, those are for men. He wasn't wrong. He wasn't right.
Because as far as gender fluid characters go, and I don't think they ever expressly said that he was gender fluid, but to me, one of the best representations of gender fluid characters I've ever seen in media is Mark from Ugly Betty, who loved fashion. And when he wanted to be, he wears dresses, he wears skirts, he wears very fitted tuxedos and suits, however he wants to express himself, he expresses himself in that way. And whether intended to be a gender fluid character or not, the end result is an extremely gender fluid character on a TV show. Because he makes no bones about his gender. He actually gets a little concerned that he's not butch enough for his boyfriend at one point, which is a darling series of episodes. Because then he freaks out about, oh God, I have a boyfriend. What is wrong with me? Just such a darling character. But it's one of the few times I've seen this done right, because they did the performative thing. Because he works at a fashion magazine and the show is so involved in fashion, he wore whatever he would have found most fashionable. And if that's a skirt or a dress or anything like that, he would wear it without any thought about how it was intended to be gendered. And that is a really good expression of what gender fluid is. It's that I feel like being a boy today. I feel like being a girl today for the most part. It's like, ooh, I need heels and a leather jacket. Just that's how I'm feeling. That's
the mood, honey.
Yeah. It's living the mood.
Those feelings?
I thought everybody, but okay.
It's being the vibe.
Yes. I would like to go ahead and say, like, Good Omens, Neil Gaiman has said that all of his angels are non-binary. And so that is why we listed Good Omens as non-binary characters, various ones. And so they cast, in the TV show, they cast them ignoring gender, because angels and demons are non-binary. It's like, well, whatever we want, we'll just do it.
And if you haven't seen his wonderful argument for, no, I did not gender swap Lucifer for Sandman, it's beautiful, because he's just like, do you think Lucifer has a gender? Lucifer is an angel, for God's sakes.
Yes.
Why would you think that they would be wrapped up in anything as pedestrian as gender?
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Like, I love you, Neil. I love you. I love you. I love you.
And also, like, in Judaism, angels have different genders than humans. So again, they're not part of the binary. And I write about angels and demons as well. And it's like, meh, every time it's like, well, what pronoun should we go with today? Sometimes I literally roll dice. Because angels can just be whatever they want, whenever they want. Be not afraid. It took them a while to learn, hey, don't appear as like a ball of weird animals all stuck together, because people flipping out, okay? Why don't you eventually just start appearing as a humanoid? And they're like, oh, it calms them down. Cool. Like that. That's how neurodivergent angels are.
So I've had several arguments with people about people like me who use they, them pronouns. And they generally boil down to, if you don't like he or she, why don't you just make up your own? And I'm just like, have you seen what's happened to people that have made up their own? Have you seen? It's too much work, honey. It's too much work.
A lot of work, isn't it? Because like I was thinking that, but I didn't want to be rude, because I'm like, are you not tired, young people? I'm tired.
Like,
also, how do you pronounce the X's?
Oh God, the internet is not helpful.
Most of them.
Well,
Most of them are like Xerxes.
It still sounds derivative. I said it. Derivative.
Tom got what I did there. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I said an X word that has two X's in it that each is pronounced differently. The chaos.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Time probably is time for final thoughts.
That was my final thought.
Okay.
I don't know. Do I have any more final thoughts? What is?
Truly, don't forget, in general, where there is one queer person, there are more, because increasingly humans are not required by society to hide themselves. So
They
they're
birth
more
each other. They're gonna flock to other people who also are queer.
It has to be a very small village to be the only gay in the village.
Seriously. So for instance, the part that we didn't actually say was in The World According to Garp, the two characters, Jenny and Roberta. Jenny truly comes off as a character-wise as a sex-repulsed asexual.
yes.
Because she's so anti-lust and everything. Like, she's so against lust, which, okay, you live your life, honey. But like their Roberta and Jenny's friendship, though, even though Roberta is sort of the opposite, she's always wanting to be with another partner, and cries over it, and then goes through the cycle every time she like it's truly so many tears. And there is Jenny, still like this very close friendship, even though these two people feel very differently about sex. But again, queer people going to stick together. Because at least they understand, hey, you also are outside of the quote norms of society. We can at least bond over that. So yeah, if you're writing one queer person, they're more than likely, if they're an authentic queer person, they're going to have other queer friends. They're not necessarily identical queerness, but just queerness in general. Be mindful of that. Also be mindful that you're not following into Hays Code tropes, such as if you're queer, you must be a bit villain. Just because you're queer has nothing to do with your desire to destroy humankind or serial kill people, whatever. They're mutually, like, they have nothing to do with each other.
Again, like, another sort of positive thing, admittedly, in World According to Garp, as troubling as this main character is, the villains in the story are all cishet people
who are inflexible in their views. They're very black and white views that which Garp truly does dance so close to.
Mm-hmm.
So close.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that was like really my goal with this episode, was to help like encourage and start a conversation about not making these genderqueer characters evil. I'm so sick of that. Please don't do it. It hurts children. It hurts young people. It hurts people in general. It hurts their souls when we make genderqueer characters evil because they're genderqueer. You can be genderqueer and still be an evil character, but your genderqueerness has nothing to do, or should have nothing to do, with your evil behaviors.
I do like that one.
Especially if you're going to play with Hays Code stuff, you got to be the dude who made Some Like It Hot.
Yep.
I'm a man. That's
So,
okay.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, nobody's perfect. I feel that way. We're just gonna live our life together on my yacht. It's gonna be great. Mother will look forward to meeting you.
And I love that part of like, why not?
Yeah, like what else? Do I have better things to do? No. All right. No, I'm gonna do this. Try it out for a while anyway. A little bit of marriage. But yeah, I think that's like my thoughts. Was my goal with this episode was just to like encourage the discussion of there are so many better ways to construct genderqueer characters than what we have regrettably seen, the majority wise, in the last 100 years. And so here are some nice ones.
So I would say, first of all, my favorite analogy for gender is like your bones. When everything's going fine, you forget that they're there. But when something goes wrong with it, it's all you can feel.
Mm.
And I love that analogy because it works so well. When you're it's rare to have those moments of pure gender euphoria, and they are wonderful and amazing. But so is dysphoria. Dysphoria is something that is not an everyday, constant, haunting thing. There are brief respites where you don't feel that something is wrong. Because the main thing that I get really frustrated with, especially with the non-binary and gender fluid characters, is they live in this ambiguity that they are uncomfortable with. And if they're very young, that may be true for a while. But even for people like me who did not have the wording, I did not have the language. I used to joke when somebody asked me what my gender was, I would just laugh and say Ziggy Stardust. And that
Good
was
answer.
Yeah, that was a bad joke for a really long time. Like my gender is Stardust. Sometimes I'm Lady Stardust. Sometimes I'm Ziggy. Very rarely am I ever David. But just this is who I am. Like, you start becoming comfortable with this identity, this strangeness that society sees in you, and it's not a gloomy thing. And it's not something that drives you crazy. You know that something is wrong with everyone else. If anything else, it's one of those Alfred Hitchcock movies or actually an episode of The Twilight Zone where everyone else has gone crazy and you can't understand why they're behaving that way. That's more the experience inside the character's head than they're the one that's crazy. Because these concepts are being thrown at them that, well, why would I have to pick just one? Why would I have to just be the one thing? That doesn't feel right. Like, what, why would you wear socks that are too tight? I don't understand this. What is the point and purpose of this? And if nothing else, you write better versions of dysphoria, I will be so, so happy. But also, any character that is going to be good representation, good, evil, gloriously vague in their morality, whatever they are, they're going to be sure that they are who they want to be, and damn the man, and it's usually a man, that tells them that they can't be that person. And that to me is the heart of what makes a truly non-binary or gender fluid character who they are. Whether it's Frankenfurter, who just doesn't care. He's not there to shock you. He likes wearing the teddy. Okay?
He knows he looks great in it. He knows it's comfy.
So letting your characters have that freedom, because that is more than anything what it is about. And if you write an agender character, they're not Pat from Saturday Night Live. They're not a Dilbert character from a man who could not write even his own gender if he had to. Agender just means that you're not on the spectrum. It's kind of like Ace Arrow. Like, why am I playing in this game? I don't understand your game. It's boring to me. I'll be over here. Agender is not non-binary. Agender is not androgynous. It can be. And that's where all of this gets really mushy and amorphous, and you can play with it. But it's just, I'm not playing your game. When I say I feel agender so much of the time, it's I'm tired of the game. I don't care. I don't. Yes, take your ball, go home. I don't care. I don't like the ball anyway. I don't know. No. And if you bring those attitudes to your characters, they will feel real to people that have those feelings. And that's what I would like to see more. That's why, just to go back to my rant on the Owl House, why that show works so well. I don't need to know Rain's thing. I don't need to know, was Rain AMAB or AFAB. I don't need to know anything lurid about this character. I don't need to know, are they on the equivalent of hormones or what have you, right? All of the medicalist stuff. Rain is a beautiful character in a very tragic situation.
Yeah.
And they are they them. And that's all I need to know, is that they are they them. They had a relationship with Ida that I would love to see become an amazing future thing. But prequel series, I need the Madcap Adventures of Rain and Ida. I need that so bad. But you don't have to go into all the gory details. That's a very cisgender preoccupation of, did you have the surgeries? Are you planning to have the surgeries? Are you on the hormones?
Like, it's not my business unless I'm in a relationship with you and we need to figure out how things will happen without clothes on. Otherwise, you just figure it out once you get there, I guess.
And most of the time, those elements won't matter in your story unless you're writing a post-apocalyptic thriller and they have to figure out where they're getting their tea blockers or
Oh, yeah.
wherever from.
The search for more tea.
Yeah. Like
we're going to go on a madcap cross-country adventure to a defunct pharmaceutical company.
I mean, like, there's something we haven't seen in a post-apocalypse that would be
Right?
kind of fun to...
It's like, we got to get some tea.
So I'm just saying, other than that, it really doesn't matter to the audience. It really doesn't matter. And Heartstopper, I think, does this very well in explaining that the character is trans without having to harp on it by having the boys missing her at their lunch table at their all-boys school.
Yeah.
It's just a brief little moment, and you like feel for Tao so strongly, but it's not something that's like has to be harped on. It's just and we move on.
Versus, I also just really enjoy that scene of, the big reveal of, no, you've made friends with the school lesbians.
Surprise! Secret lesbians. Shh, no one will know. Sure, honey. No one will figure this out. Okay.
And then it makes more sense of essentially of why those two gave her distance for several days to try to see if someone else wanted to pick her up, because they knew once they became friends, it'd be harder for her to find other friends.
Yep.
But once they're like, no one's picked her, we're getting her then.
Yep.
Yay, she's ours. But yeah, just while trans people have to talk about gender a lot, it's because people are constantly after us, and we have to explain things to try to justify our existence so laws aren't made against us. In real life, we're primarily just talking about the darkness and other weird things. Oh, that should be the next story, right? The Secret Lives of Trans People. There's way more soap operas than people give us credit for.
Like every trans person I've known in real life, mostly what they end up talking about, at least with me, is like their dating life, the ups and downs, the roller coaster that is dating, and like then the usual stuff, work life. And then which thrift stores that they've sourced cool stuff from. That's like pretty much it. That and like family stuff. Everyone, if you're queer, you're always like family stuff.
There's so much family drama.
Yeah. Like, so that, grandma.
I mean, I loved when you're, when that one I think you're talking about would come in, because it's always like, all right, what's the latest family drama?
Yeah, tell me your family drama. What has grandma been up to this time? But yeah, like, it's like we never talk about, or we once in a while talk about what is gender, what is, your gender expression, or, there might be every once in a while, like at a new job where like I'd run into somebody who I knew who's trans, and I'm like, you're new here. Oh, that's cool that you got this job. And they're like, I don't think they know. How do I look? Do I look properly femme, or do I look properly masc? Right? Did from behind? Did you think I was a dude? Like, there's that because you asked your ally, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, I had no idea. Like, and that's like the last time we'll talk about it until the next time they're in a new situation, and then they're a little insecure again. That's literally it. Like,
please stop every time you include a queer character, it doesn't have to be that very special episode.
Yeah. Oh God, no more very special.
Okay, to belabor a point, Let me give one last analogy for gender,
Oh, one more.
in the hopes of maybe this will be the one that also, someone else finally will understand. And it's, at least for me, it's the analogy to uniforms. Of, I do delivery and I choose to wear the same clothing every time I'm working, so that whenever people at restaurants see me, they know I'm there to pick up an order. So half the time, I don't even have to say anything. And so they now recognize me based on my outfit. And it's a comfortable, set of clothing for me. It's nothing specific. It's not anyone else's uniform, but I've turned it into a uniform. And that's gender. And that's the spectrum of genders. It's finding that set of clothes that if you need to, you can wear every day of your life and you're still comfortable. It doesn't matter. It's just like we see with, some of these CEOs and people who really have money but have to work every day. What's the set of clothes that you're just comfortable in?
Yep.
And it's the same thing for gender, of finding what is that particular expression of gender you're always comfortable in. And for the most part, you don't talk about your clothes.
Right.
Unless you happen to find a new version of it that you're like, this is even better.
Yeah.
I found the extra silky Egyptian cotton turtleneck that is even better than I thought these clothes could be.
Mm-hmm.
Or chinos or something. But unless you find like a little change to it, you don't talk about it.
Right.
And the same goes for your gender. Unless you find a little change that maybe makes it a little bit easier to be this person, and for social pressures to more align with what you want to have society to interact with you as, why would you talk about it?
And to all of my queer family and friends out there in the universe, be patient, because the showrunners of shows don't have to explain themselves until the shows are over, generally, because I understand not wanting to give Star Trek Discovery the benefit of the doubt on anything because it really didn't earn it. The fact that they decided that the character needed to come to terms with who they were in course of the show as a way of explaining to the audience what a non-binary character is was a plot point, not a bug. It was a feature. Stop freaking out about things prematurely. Thank you. Public service announcement over.
Okay. So I did forget to mention at the beginning of the episode, this is our 2nd year anniversary broadcasting on YouTube, doing the shows. Yay.
Yay! Fanfare!
Brian did a thing, and I was afraid he was going to erupt, so I was being very quiet because I didn't know what chaos he was going to bring. Turned out to just be a whoop.
So we've been doing this for 2 years. Thanks so much, everybody, for keep coming, keep showing up. Tom's thrilled too. I guess I'll move on now.
Woohoo!
We made it, Glory. Although this is
I'm having a hard time. Okay, look, I'm wanting to deny time and space because, like, when Kat was talking about her 2-year anniversary on Twitch, I'm just like, no, that was like a week ago. No. This whole pandemic time warp thing is not doing well for my psyche, and I'm going to be turning 45 this year again, and I'm going to do it all over again.
I mean, look, I'll just tell you, our mother celebrated, what was it? She was the 25th anniversary of her 32nd birthday.
Yep.
Y'all, her mother refused to have any more birthdays after she was 33. And then my mother thought that was a great idea and started doing it too. So we just celebrate the anniversary of her 32nd birthday. She had me at 33, by the way. Anyway. So, yeah, she's celebrating the year before it all went to pot. I was like, really, Mom? Anyway. So you could just do that. You could just celebrate the 5th anniversary of your 40th birthday and do that forever, or whatever year you like. What was the year you were like, this was a good year? I looked great. I had a great time. I was the hotness, whatever.
I'm just saying the time compression's really getting to me because I'm not. I've decided not to do anything about it, but I think this is like my 4th year on YouTube now.
I did not realize this was our 2nd year until I got a notification on the calendar, on my own Google Calendar, for the 1st anniversary of the 1st anniversary. And I'm like, what? Oh my God, that means it's 2. Like, so yeah, we've been doing this. We've been doing shows every single Monday without a single break for 2 years. And you all keep coming back. So yay to your lack of social life as well.
And we seem to slowly be accumulating more people.
Yes. So I'm glad it's mutual and it's not just me and Tom here just echoing out into the void. Thank you all so much that you keep coming back and give us a reason to keep doing this, even though we very much question our sanity of why do we keep doing this.
Isn't that just called creative life?
Kind
Like,
of
just constantly questioning your sanity. Like, why am I? Nobody needs to know the detailed history of this fictional world that never existed and never could. Nobody needs this. Why am I doing this? Do we need another tabletop role-playing game? I mean, there's so many. Like, people, like, this is just creative life. Like, why am I here? Why am I doing this? Why?
Mm-hmm. So I guess we're like up to what? 104 episodes.
Yep.
Of Monday shows. Yes, so it does count the first episode, the disaster episode, where we just freak out for 2 hours. so embarrassing.
As random people take kindness and help us.
Abigail just goes, come here, you little traumatized creatures. Come, I shall help. I will walk you through this.
My first live stream, I didn't know I was live.
Yep.
Until people started talking to me in chat.
Did anybody actually ask for a story about a library that eats people? I mean, no, but why would you ask for it? You don't know you love it yet. All right. So, yes, it's
Welcome
been
to
2 years.
L-Space.
We have to at least acknowledge it. We're not ashamed. We just don't know why we keep doing it. It's different. So next week on August 22nd, we will be exploring toxic femininity. Oh, yes. Everything wrong when this gender goes wrong.
Your homework is to not look at the Twitter account of a certain Joe unless you want to see toxic femininity on display.
The movies I have listed so far are Serial Mom and Sucker Punch.
Oh.
Should Mommy Dearest be on there?
I mean, but is that gender or is it she just abusive person? Like we're talking about the gender part of like what happens when femininity goes wrong and toxic.
Should Working Girl be on that list? Sigourney Weaver's character in Working Girl.
Oh, yeah, Sigourney Weaver's one, yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, you're right. Like, that's a scary character.
Yeah, because she's not like feeling a masculine role. She's very much a feminine character in a feminine role who's using all of her feminine wiles for all the wrong things.
Noah asks Fatal Attraction. Would you say that's toxic femininity? I don't know that I've ever actually watched the movie, so I don't know.
I don't know if that's if that's the femininity or just the that's a person who's very disturbed.
Yeah, the question is because of the nature of the trope that's used in that. Because it's very much the femme fatale trope.
Yeah.
That it depends on your reading of the femme fatale trope. Because that's
it's one of those. I may need to watch it and just see if
we may need to watch it to figure that one out about Fatal Attraction. Because again, I've never watched it.
I did. I had to watch it for my psychology class because this character is so many shades of, so many disorders in one. It's not just one, diagnosis.
I had a better psychology class teacher.
What can I say? This psychology class was in a junior college.
Mine was at a community college.
It was?
Yeah, that's where I took Psych 101. Remember, I was babysitting his daughter.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Cherry asked Mother Knows Best.
That one, I think, yeah. That one might actually be, yeah.
I'll put a question mark by it. We'll watch it. So, specifically, it's the negative part of what is the female gender or the feminine gender. So, that damsel in distress, she will not save herself. She is so sure someone else is going to come. She'd rather perish than save herself. So, think about, what is dysfunctional about femininity or where it becomes dysfunctional.
That's Little Hours.
The princess from Spaceballs.
Mean Girls. That was another one that we had
on
the other list.
Oh, Mean Girls.
Truly, yeah. Mean Girls is about when femininity goes wrong.
Clueless also fits into that with, I would say 2 of the characters.
Although they don't seem to be that dysfunctional in that they pull out toward the end. They pull out of the dysfunction, which there is a place for that. That is under female characters defeating toxic gender roles as well as cooperatively becoming less toxic.
So we put that one, Clueless, under for female gender roles?
Clueless. Because we're going to talk about Fruits Basket again under cooperative genders becoming cooperatively less toxic, such as When Harry Met Sally and Fruits Basket.
Ooh.
Hold on, let me.
The moment you said that, I agreed with you, and then went, but why?
Yeah.
Yeah, it instinctively was yes, that's a good. Why did I just immediately agree with that?
I would say Divine Secrets, the Yaya Sisterhood are definitely more about female characters defeating toxic gender roles.
I can see that.
Because they get better toward the end. They actually start communicating and they forgive and they're trying to move forward. Because it's about moving forward. Versus with the toxic femmes, they're not trying to move forward. Mean Girls, Sucker Punch, Serial Mom, they're not trying to be better people. They are truly wallowing in this dysfunction.
I mean, there's one it's still popular. There's definitely a crowd they live on that movie. And Mother Goth is.
I know, she's so, like a viper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every time Mother Goth comes on there, I'm just kill it with fire. Every movie the makeover scene, including she's on that.
I mean,
you got that wrong, no. So, as I said, and then on August 29th, we'll be talking about toxic masculinity. Essentially the same thing as the toxic femininity. What happens, what examples of when characters are the toxic dysfunctional version of that gender and have no interest in becoming more functional. They're wallowing in the toxicity. September 5th, we're going to talk about, as I just said, female characters defeating toxic gender roles, which, yes, will include Earth Girls Are Easy and even more of the Gina Davis catalog. September 12th, we'll talk about male characters defeating toxic gender roles. And then the 19th is genders cooperatively becoming less toxic. And then on the September 26th, we will talk about the female eunuch, such as Moana. Oh, I'm coming for Disney. So
he's got a chicken.
I love the chicken. The chicken's great. The chicken is a highlight of that.
I'm so happy my censor decided to wake up and say that the way I did. Oh, 10 things I hate about you. the lake fits very much into that toxic femininity
yes.
as well.
Oh my God, the lake.
You know you want to talk about it again, though, Glory. It's such a fun
It's
show.
such a fun show.
That last 2 episodes, y'all.
I mean, how could you love that cliffhanger ending? It's mother.
Like, truly, because nobody grows up to be toxic in a vacuum. They are a reflection of someone else in their life. Like, yeah. Blah. Okay.
Unless
So,
they're in a Stephen King novel.
No comment. So that is the schedule. Be sure to start thinking about movies and TV shows you'd like to nominate for these different sections, because we don't have them all filled out yet, even now. Shocking, I know. We're winging it. And also, mark your calendar, so at least you'll be sure to be able to attend live and contribute to the conversation live, at least the episodes that are near and dear to your heart. Because this whole thing is made so much better with your participation. And I mean this. When I say it to people, when I'm actually talking face to face over live stream with people, they're like, yeah, sure. No, I mean this. I'm not trying to be nice. I'm not good at false compliments. It is a skill I have yet to master. I mean this. It is so much better to have the chat contributing the conversation, because otherwise, if we didn't believe it, we would just record this and then upload it. There's a reason we actually do this live, and it's so we can have everybody contributing, because you all make it so much better than just me and Tom and whoever else we've roped into this who showed up. It's dimensionally so much better when y'all are here to contribute to
I know the one I want to talk about for a female eunuch. What I want to rant about. Ghostbusters.
Which one? All of them?
2016. Yep. See?
Female eunuchs make me just so... Here we go. Because it means I have to rewatch it. That's why the face. Tom knows. I got to rewatch it because I can't rely on my memory, because I have the memory of a goldfish. So with that, thank you all so much for being here. This would not be half as much fun without you. So we're so grateful that you show up, that you all keep showing up 2 years straight, y'all. So thank you so much. With that, we shall wave you off into the sunset. And if you'd like to join us in the Unicorn Council Discord, we'll be in the voice chat clubhouse after I restart my laptop again today and maybe have a potty break. Okay. We'll be playing Don't Starve together if anybody wants to play with us. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.